hello, welcome to Emerald Lake. This is me, Raven. Let's get started. Hello. Hi, Toast. Hi, Fat. Hi, Dew. Hi, Lahonk. Lahonk. Welcome in. I feel like I'm gonna have lots of frogs in my throat for a little bit. I just feel like I'm gonna be coughing a good deal today. I don't know. So I'll apologize, but I'll probably be muting and coughing and clearing my throat a bunch. But we're doing SCPs today, and I've got a couple pulled up. A couple of long ones, a couple of short ones. If we get through all of those, then I'll go back into our recommended list. But we'll see. The first two are very long, so I feel like we'll have plenty. But before I jump in, I wanted to just say hi. How's everybody doing? Does anybody want to say hi? Want to say how their day went? Mine, I didn't do much, but I had a very nice breakfast, very nice lunch. I'm pleased with myself. And I'm excited to be joining you guys after my super late, sudden. Hey, I got time. I might as well stream last night. I'm glad I got all my sleeps. I'm glad I'm all prepped to jump back in today. Like I said, all the coffees. And not coughs. Coffee sounds like it is. Anyway, yeah. I'm all settled. Well, if nobody's particularly chatty, what was the first one we were gonna read? Ooh. Oh, prep our little title. Alright. My day wasn't the best, but a lot better now. I'm glad it's getting better. I'm sorry it wasn't great. Hopefully you get a good rest and everything's a good reset. But thank you for joining us, Toast. The first SCP is gonna be SCP-3000, which kind of sounds like a Marvel reference, but it's not. That's where we're gonna start. Okay. If we're ready to go, I'll just mute and cough and then start reading. But we've got like a little front page before we open up the proper article or the entry. It's interesting. We're in the Department of Containment. It's a slightly different spot. But it sounds like it's the exact same everything that we've been reading. The basic SCP. But anyway. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Alright. SCP-3000. It opens with, by order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes a Class 8 cognito-hazardous entity and is Level 5/3000 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. 3000. Just like at the bottom of it just says 3000. So it's very, very like, hey, careful. So, cognito-hazardous. Be ready for your brains to break, folks. It's gonna get wibbly. But I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click the little input level 5 out of 3000 security credentials moment. Here we go. Credentials was approved. Huzzah. Okay. Okay. So we've got a slightly different opener. I think it's because we're technically in a different department. But it's got object, class, and item number, and then we've got specific assigned information right at the top. So we get to know who's in charge right away too. Hold on though. Okay. So, item number SCP-3000, object class Thaumiel, site responsible INWP, not PB, like bubble, BKL, site 151. Director Carrie Eckelkamp. Carrie Eckelkamp. Research head David Bell. An assigned task force is SCPF Eremita, or Eremita, EREMITA. Not in all caps, like often the task force have their special all caps name and then their not all caps little joke name. We don't have that. And it is level 5/3000, 5 out of 3000 classified. I don't know why it's not just level 5. It just has the 3000 attached. I don't know why. It seems like that number is aggressively showing up a bunch, which might be part of it. But it also has the 5 bars, so I think it's just to try and say it's level 5 classified. And then we've got an interesting photo, and I'll do a little bit of describe, but the caption here says SCP-3000 and Foundation Diver during Aztec Protocol. Aztec being ATZAK Protocol. And it's definitely something that I could go and click, but things are still running a little bit slow, and I don't know how fast it'd be back. Yeah, I'll go ahead, I'll click it. I'll describe the image though. So it's got a green glow. It's our dark or nighttime kind of goggles glow. It's all green wherever the light is. And we've got the only things we can see in all the dark besides the kind of little specks that float that kind of show, oh yeah, this is underwater. It's got all this little green floaty specks in the light. Is something that looks like a really long big snake. And I wouldn't have said really long and big, except, oops, it's a teensy tiny diver that we see in the very center of the light, that you can't really see unless you're looking close. Yeah, that's like a little diver body. So this is just a giant underwater snake. SCP-3000, it seems. And when I clicked the thing, it looked like it was going back to a big hub. Lots of story stuffs. So just a reference, it's not like another offset. Little direct connection. And everything is very slow, so I'm not going to go back. But yeah, okay. So we've got a big snake in the middle of this. Oh, and the snake's mouth is wide open, like looking straight down at the diver. So, ooh, danger. Okay. Special containment procedures. The area containing SCP-3000, currently a region of the Bay of Bengal, roughly 300 kilometers in diameter, is to be routinely patrolled by Foundation naval vessels. Under no circumstances are civilians allowed to attempt deep sea exploration or diving efforts in the quarantined area. Individuals believed to have contacted SCP-3000 are to be contained, quarantined, and processed at Site-151. Individuals affected by the anomalous properties of SCP-3000 are to be held in containment indefinitely. The Foundation submarine SCPF Eremita is to monitor the location of the foremost section of SCP-3000. Oh, now I know why they had a different name, because they're just a submarine crew. The assigned task force is a little bit different than some of the other ones. Hello, Endoplasmic, welcome in. But yeah, okay, so the submarine crew is to monitor the foremost section. Currently located within the Ganges fan. I don't know pronunciations for these things. But it's spelled like Ganges fan. Roughly 0.7 kilometers beneath the bay. The Aremida is tasked with carrying out the ASTAC protocol, and staffing regulations on board the vessel are subject to the guidelines of that protocol. For a full description of the ASTAC protocol, see Addendum 3002. There is currently no cure for exposure to SCP-3000. As such, affected individuals should be contained and quarantined for further evaluation. Individuals stationed aboard the SCPF Aremida are not permitted to leave the vessel except for the purposes of carrying out the necessary procedures of the ASTAC protocol. Okay, Raven. Oh. Individuals who leave the vessel without proper authorization are to be considered lost. Because whatever happens, there is no cure, so, okay. Under no circumstances should any individual interact with SCP-3000 without authorization. Right, concerning. Description. SCP-3000 is a massive, aquatic serpentine entity strongly resembling a giant moray eel. Oh, I thought he looked kind of snaky. But, okay, eel, yeah, close. And then it's got a Latin name for the giant moray eel that I don't know. Hi, Bazuzu. I won't pronounce this right. Gymnothorax javanicus, or Gymnothorax. I feel like that's not how it's, but maybe Gymnothorax javanicus. The full length of SCP-3000 is impossible to determine, but is hypothesized to be between 600 and 900 kilometers. The head of SCP-3000 measures roughly 2.5 meters in diameter, and sections of the body proper are as large as 10 meters in diameter. SCP-3000 is typically a sedentary creature, only moving its head in response to certain stimuli or during feeding. The majority of its body is located in and around the Ganges fan. Again, I'm not sure I pronounced that right, but then the footnote says specifically within several canyons throughout the region. Okay. And rarely moves at all. SCP-3000 is carnivorous, and despite its sedentary nature, is capable of moving quickly to dispatch prey. Despite its size, the yawn monster is getting me quick. Despite its size, it is hypothesized that SCP-3000 does not require sustenance to maintain its biological functions. What? It just eats to be mean? Wow. Second footnote says, due to this, SCP-3000's internal biology is believed to be similarly anomalous. Okay. While SCP-3000 excretes a thin layer of viscous dark gray substance classified as Y909, see Addendum 3000.2 below, through its skin as it consumes prey, the end result of its digestive processes is currently unknown, because they don't know the full length of the body. They've definitely not found the butt. But okay. SCP-3000 is a Class 8 cognito-hazardous entity. Why am I yawning? Oh my goodness. Direct observation of SCP-3000 may cause severe mental alterations in viewers. Individuals who directly observe SCP-3000, as well as any individuals within an uncertain distance of SCP-3000, experience inexplicable head pain, paranoia, general fear and panic, and memory loss or alteration. The following is a log from Site-151's historical records written by Dr. Eugene Getz about initial discovery of SCP-3000 and the effects felt therein. And then there's, the little excerpt. But first I gotta say, well, Honk, do you have little kitties beating up one of my frogs and the other frog just laughing? Did that frog take a hit out on the other frog? What the hell is going on there? The violence. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, yes, here's the excerpt. It starts with ... So we'll just jump in the middle of a sentence. The unease was felt throughout the entire crew as we descended on that first night. Whether this was due to our uncertainty at what we would discover or something more sinister, I would not speculate. As we continued to descend, Williams began sweating profusely. When asked about it, he could not respond, stating that he thought he was missing something he could not deduce. As our descent continued, he began to act more and more erratically, at one point addressing myself as Darlene and expressing uncertainty as to the tasks he was assigned to handle. Similar feelings were expressed by other members of the crew, but Williams felt it the most. His mimetic resistance was by far the lowest of all of us, but he was a biologist, not a mimeticist. When we finally came into contact with the entity, he began whimpering and had to be sedated. I remember him muttering the word no over and over again as if in disbelief. He went silent after a while as we approached its head, and when I looked back at him, something had gone from his eyes. He did not even so much as blink as we made our final descent. At around 9:40 hours, we first observed the head of the entity. The unease was palpable now. Several other crew members complained of feeling hazy and of being uncertain what they were supposed to be doing. Captain Ritter, ever the man's man, wrote it all off as nitrogen intoxication and forced them to continue approaching the entity. When we were within 50 meters, the entity turned slowly to look at us, Brain. Even now, as I recall watching this thing coil around in the darkness, I can still hear Williams, barking like a mad dog in the rear of the vessel, screaming and flailing, shouting about how he could see it in his head. Perkins and Harrison tried to restrain him, but he got free and smashed his face in against one of the portholes. He hit it so hard he cracked the inner layer of glass. The damage was bad enough that we had to surface. We tried to give Williams medical attention, but he was far too gone at that point. He had pulled himself against the glass, and despite the trauma, he still spoke briefly as he lay dying. Nobody recorded it. We didn't think to at the time, but I remember it well enough. He said, "There's nothing, nothing, nothing." By the time we had reached the surface several hours later, Williams was dead. At the time, I didn't think much about what he had said, just the ravings of a man gone mad by the depths, I figured. I didn't know any better. But even now, I can still see the eyes of the creature. I see it just hanging there in the darkness, illuminated by a light I cannot source, and I feel the lingering dread that Williams must have felt that night in the submersible, as he was overcome by whatever void that foul thing slithered out of. Ooh, and that's the end of the excerpt. The stories you guys tell with the emotes. Now there's two gentlemen clearly having put these two cats against each other like it's a cage match. And all the little popcorn frog audience, I'm uncomfortable. Where's the money, frog, for when the gambling is done? Hi, Flino. So that was just spooky. Okay. Alright. Poor Williams. Alright. The next section is Discovery. SCP-3000 was discovered in 1971, shortly after 2 Bangladeshi fishing boats and 15 fishermen were reported missing after drifting near the Indian coast. As the country of Bangladesh had only been recently established at the time and had been subject to significant political persecution on the part of Pakistan, this incident received high-profile media attention due to fears that it was a result of foreign aggression. Local coastal dispatch units could not locate the missing boats, fueling further media hysteria. Foundation researchers stationed in Calcutta, now Kolkata, okay, different spelling, same pronunciation, maybe? I don't know if I'm supposed to pronounce that different. The Calcutta to Kolkata, drew similarities between this disappearance and another incident 2 years earlier. A thorough search aided by Marriott Pashler counters. Brain is not doing the names of things very well right now. Things are people. Revealed the location of the two boats as well as an unknown, previously undiscovered mass deep below the surface of the Bay of Bengal. Further investigation by Foundation divers discovered the existence of SCP-3000. The area was quickly secured and current containment procedures were put in place. In April of 1972, the Aztec Protocol was adapted in October of 1998. Look at that buff cat. Yeah, charmed frog, same. Wow. Buff frickin' cat. What a glow up. Okay. Addendum 3001. What's the kitty doctor doing? I can't tell. Did the kitty doctor steal the frog's heart? Is he given a heart? What are you doing? What are you doing with that heart? What have you done, doctor? That doesn't look sanitary. Oh no. What are you doing? Okay, I gotta focus. Addendum 3001. Initial contact exploration log. Note, the following is the transcript of audio logs taken during initial deep sea diver contact with SCP-3000. Until this point, no Foundation diver had come within 300 meters of SCP-3000. Divers were tasked with assessing the creature and determining the source of the thick gray fluid that had been observed floating around its head. The dive team was composed of 3 members of MTF Orion 9, and then their little code name is Kingfishers. Okay. Led by MTF 09 Alpha. Launch point was through the airlock of the Foundation submarine SCPF Stravinsky. All divers were equipped with high-pressure suits, as well as front-facing headlamps. Additionally, a tether was connected to MTF 09 Alpha, which was then connected in a T-shape out to both Bravo and Foxtrot. Okay, so they're connected. They're not alone. And here is the lock. We have Alpha, we have Command, I'm guessing back in the submarine. And then we have Bravo and Foxtrot as well out with Alpha. Okay, begin log. Alpha. Alright, Command, we're situated in the airlock and ready to roll. Command, confirmed. Go ahead and sound off. Alpha. Orion 9, Alpha, check. Bravo. Orion 9, Bravo, check. Command. Alright, men, we're in position about 500 meters from the head of this creature. Make sure your tethers are on good and tight. We don't want any of you getting separated out there. Why didn't Foxtrot sound off? That feels like a problem. What the hell, Foxtrot? What the hell? Okay. We don't want any of you separated out there. Bravo. What's visibility like down there today, Command? Down here today, Command? Command. Stand by. Command. About 3 meters. Foxtrot. So it's dark as fuck. Got it. Bravo. Why are we so far out? Command. The size of this thing is hard to comprehend, and it's wrapped up in itself in several places. We can't get too close because there's too much body there. The entity hasn't moved in about 3 weeks. Foxtrot. At all? Command. Affirmative. It moves slightly with the currents down here, but nothing more than that. If it weren't for the head movement that was observed by the first submersible team, we probably wouldn't know if it was alive or not. Foxtrot. That's reassuring. Alpha. Alright, tethers are tight. Flood the chamber. Command. Confirmed. Rushing water is heard as the airlock chamber floods. No other sound is heard for several minutes. After some time, the sound of rushing water stops. Alpha. You both good? Bravo. I'm good. Foxtrot. It's fucking cold. Foxtrot. You're fun. Alpha. Hopefully we won't be out for long then. Turn on your lights, boys. Here we go. All members of the dive team enter. Oh my gosh. All members of the dive team exit the airlock. There is a low mechanical sound as the airlock door closes behind them. A muffled click sound is heard, and the Stravinsky activates its aft floodlights. Foxtrot. Hey, Alpha. Maybe this is a bad time to ask, but I can't remember how to turn on my lamp, and... Alpha. Your lamp is on, Foxtrot. Foxtrot. What? Pauses. What did you call me? Alpha. Your designation, Mulhaney. Foxtrot. Bravo. I'm Foxtrot, boss. Alpha. Hang on. What are you talking about? Foxtrot. I don't understand what you mean by designation. Alpha. It's your goddamn call sign. Bravo. What do you mean? Bravo. Who's Bravo? Alpha. Shit. Hang on. I was gonna say something. Barry, are you still there? And then there's a footnote next to Barry. Footnote says, 09 Alpha is believed to have been addressing a former member of the command team assigned to SCP-3000, Barry Hughes, who had passed away 2 years prior. Standby. Oh, sorry. Command says, standby, and then pause. Go for command. Alpha, hey, we're having a little trouble out here. I'm not sure who... ... We seem to have some confusion over designations, and I'm not sure where we're going. Foxtrot, where exactly are we? Bravo. God, do you guys feel that? I've just got an awful headache. Like, it's like needling in my brain something. Command, dive team, please be advised that we believe you may be experiencing some detrimental cognitive effects. Keep moving forward and we'll give you more information as we receive it. Alpha, noted. Command, be advised that Foxtrot has a terrible headache, I think. Are we going in the right direction? We can't see out here. Command, you are roughly 150 meters from the head of the entity, Alpha. You should be getting a visual soon. Okay, so they're getting real close. They're definitely in the danger zone. Danger zone. Bravo. Command, I don't see anything. Where are we? Alpha, where are we? Command, we're almost there. Alpha, dive team, be advised we're picking up movement from the entity on radar. Alpha, Barry, I don't see anything down here. What are we supposed to be looking? Foxtrot, all I can see is darkness. That's what he starts with. All ... All I can see is darkness. There's a There's a chill foul wind blowing, pushing me towards a brink I can't see. What do you mean by that, Foxtrot? Alpha, shut up. Command, Bravo is unresponsive, requesting immediate cessation of mission. And then Bravo picks up, wait a second. Foxtrot, on the edge of nothingness, just continuing from a brink I can't see. On the edge of nothingness, inches from oblivion, there's a sickness in my mind that I know can't be cured. Beyond me is only blackness and a single pair of dark eyes. Alpha, what are you saying? Command, dive team, we're going to pull you back in immediately. We have reason to believe that. And Alpha interrupts. Barry, is that you? How can it be? I shoveled the dirt during your... And Bravo interrupts them. I can hear something over there, Alpha. Your light. Get your fucking... And then interrupting, and possibly this whole time was just continuing previously, Foxtrot just goes, silence, only silence, my consciousness coming undone, and only. Command, dive team, something is moving toward you. Repeat, something is moving toward you. Prepare to return to... Alpha interrupts. This is shit. I can't see. How far are we from the... Bravo. It's right there. Fuck, what are you both doing? Fuck. Foxtrot. And only the eel remains. Radio silence for 20 seconds. Command. Alpha? Radio silence for 13 seconds. Command. Alpha, Bravo, Foxtrot, do any of you hear us? Bravo, unintelligible. We don't know what they're saying. Command. Oh, thank God. Bravo, you need to speak up. We can't... And Bravo interrupts with, shh. Radio silence for 10 seconds. Command. Something has bound up the winch between you and us. We can't. Alpha interrupts. It's opening its mouth. Bravo. It's so dark. There's... Foxtrot. Where am I? What? Alpha interrupts. Barry, how can it be? I shoveled dirt. Bravo. Mulhaney. Swim. Get away. There's only darkness. Swim. Foxtrot. Only. They're all like jumping on top of each other every time they talk. But then there is suddenly tension in the tether attached to the Stravinsky. 09 Foxtrot's radio goes silent. There is a sound of a struggle through the other two radios. Command. Foxtrot? Foxtrot? Alpha? Bravo? Talk to me. Stay calm. What happened? Bravo. It ate him. Fuck, he's gone. It took him whole. God damn it. Alpha, what are you doing? Alpha. Alpha? Bravo. Cut the fucking goddamn tether, Alpha. It's pulling us in. Alpha. Who? Bravo. Fuck. Alpha. After some silence. Ah! I don't know if that's a scream or if it's like, ah. But Alpha says, ah. And then total radio silence for 30 seconds. Tether attached to Stravinsky is pulled free from its moorings and disappears. So they're fully detached from the Stravinsky. They're connected to each other, but not the sub anymore. Command. Alpha, Bravo, do you copy? Radio silence for 5 seconds. Command. Alpha, Bravo, do you copy? Bravo. This is Bravo. I'm floating in the dark. I can see shapes moving through the fog, but they're hard to make out. I cut my tether. Alpha wouldn't... I think he's gone. I don't see his light anymore. Command. Acknowledged. We're coming to... Bravo interrupts. Hang on. Just let me think for a second. Cognition. This thing... It doesn't work around it. Your brain can't form thought. There's some static. It hurts. It's like dying and... Command interrupts. Bravo, do you have eyes on the entity? Bravo. It's in my head, guys. Coiled up in there like a snake, and something about it is... caustic. He pauses. I can see it just in front of me. It's not doing anything. It isn't moving, just hanging there with its mouth open. I think it's finished eating. Pauses. That fluid is seeping through the skin around its head, about a meter back. Just looking at the stuff is making me... The room is spinning. I feel nauseous. My head isn't working right. Ooh, laughter. I guess he starts laughing. There's an abortion under the floorboards and another in the side... Wait. This is wrong. That wasn't me. Who said that? And then Bravo again. I'm going to collect a sample. Hang on. Command. Bravo, we're going to send out a crew to get you. Just hold on. Bravo. Oh no, don't do that. You have to be trained to not feel the things I'm feeling. Otherwise it will get into you. Maybe it will anyway. Who knows? It feels like the end of the world down here, fellas. My heart is really going off the charts and I think I'm dying. Just pauses. I got a sample. I'll attach it to one of those little balloons and let it float up. You'll be able to get it later. Don't spend too much time around that stuff. It doesn't... Your mind... There's quick, heavy breathing. The command says, Bravo? Bravo. I think I'm dying. I'm dying. I know I'm dying. This is it. I just want to get away from here, you know? It occurs to me... Laughs quietly. Don't send anyone else out here. It's so dark. Command. Bravo? And that's the end of the log. Ooh. Over the next half hour, the SCPF Stravinsky attempted to approach 09 Bravo with no success. Command continued to attempt to communicate with 09 Bravo, but Bravo grew increasingly unintelligible before eventually going completely silent. Bravo's radio stayed active over the next 3 days, and intermittent breathing could be heard until the radio ceased functioning. Ooh, breathing could be heard. Was he still breathing under there? Was it the big snaky snake? What was it? But okay. Our poor team, they did not stick around long. Hi, board. And I guess so, if that's what you would do. You're for the UFO. Alright, next is Addendum 3002. There we go. Everything got a little bit jumbled right there just for a second. It's doing it again on me. Okay, can I? Alright, there you go. Annoying. Alright, so Addendum 3002, Aztec Protocol. So we can read what the heck that is, but I'm going to just take a second to cough and stuff. I told you I need to do lots of those, so hold on just a sec. Okay, so 3002, Aztec Protocol. It starts with the little logo, and it says Top Secret SCP Foundation Official Documentation 151 Hollister Aztec Protocol. Or, sorry, I've been saying Aztec. It's not Aztec. Jeez, it's Aztec. Raven is deeply disappointed in herself. How many times have she said Aztec when it's Aztec? Okay. Nope. We're not letting that ruin this. Okay, moving on. The protocol dictates certain interactions with a Class 8 cognito-hazardous entity, SCP-3000, and as such is Level 5/3000 classified. So that's the little header on it. And then we get into the actual document here. We have preface, and then later some more sections. Here's preface. The following protocol was developed in conjunction with researchers from Site 29 and Site 50, as well as researchers stationed at Site 151. Some sections may have been redacted to remove material above this classification. Adherence to this protocol is required for all personnel assigned to Site 151, as well as personnel assigned to the SCPF Aremida. Abstract. The 151 Hollister Aztec protocol has been developed and implemented to create a strategy for the management of the Y909 chemical compound excreted by SCP-3000. Protocol information. The Y909 compound, originally discovered by the late Dr. Adam Hollister, is that who Bravo was? Or is that just a doctor that plucked the stuff out of the water? Because I feel like it was discovered by our team that was stuck in there, but fine. Is a critical component in several modern and experimental amnestic compounds. Specifically, the following amnestics now contain a refined version of the Y909 compound. Class A, 2016 variant. Class D, 2016 variant. Class E, 2016 variant. Class X, 2017 variant. Class XX, 2017 variant. Two different redacted somethings. They're redacted. Hi! Hello, Walt Cotton Candy. Hello, NURIAKEA. ATSAC class experimental compound, Foster class experimental compound, and finally the Ellipse class experimental compound. The inclusion of the Y909 compound has shown a marked increase in the stability and long-term effectiveness of the aforementioned amnestics. Overall, amnestics utilizing Y909 break down 78% slower than their standard counterparts in cold storage and 52% slower than their standard counterparts at room temperature. Additionally, individuals administered an amnestic regimen utilizing Y909 show a marked increase in suggestibility, memory clearance, and a significant decrease in additional side effects, such as nausea, vomiting, bowel distress, blurred vision, headaches, insomnia, heart damage, and others. individuals treated with these amnestics expressed significantly fewer intrusive memories as those without Y909, with some individuals exposed to experimental compounds expressing no intrusive memories whatsoever, even at the 5 and 10-year marks. Due to the effectiveness of these treatments with the addition of Y909, the continued inclusion of this compound is essential to modern Foundation amnestic application. Reliance on the continued use of Y909 necessitates its collection for the foreseeable future, as a synthetic version of the compound has not yet been discovered. So from that, I understand that they're basically going to be sending people down, risking their lives so that they can get amnestic stuffs. So sorry, Mobile Task Force people, you are cannon fodder. Oh no. Okay. As such, this protocol dictates the way this compound is collected off of SCP-3000 and the way personnel are to interact with SCP-3000, as Raven understood. Hello, Devon. 86% Riz. Hey, that's pretty good. And yeah, go ahead and lurk. You don't even have to be here if you don't have the mental or physical digital bandwidth while you're working, so no worries, but thank you. Oh, and we'll get to those tappy taps soon. But okay. Right, so they're gonna go and collect the stuff. Hey, look at there. That's much better, loves. My bot's being a lot nicer now. Last night was very much not nice, but there you go. Okay, below is a brief framework for the procedure, and detailed information can be found in the full ATZAC brief. Oh, sorry, that's a sad roll. You both rolled sad numbers. Now someone roll a 10. Quick, quick. Roll a 10. Okay. Go eat, go sleep, while Cotton Candy Eater. I'll do the hydrate. Do you want me to refund your tappy taps or assume that you'll hear them when we get to them? Because I was going to do them in a bit. We still got a good lot of story to go. I can refund them. Well, Honk, you rolled a 12. That's not in order. I was hoping for 8, 9, 10. But we got 8, 9, 12 instead. Darn. Tell me if you'd like a refund, Well Cotton Candy Eater. You will hear? Okay. If you say so. It'll be a bit, but okay. Alright, so here's the little brief framework of the procedure, and you can find more info in the full ATZAC brief, but here's what is in this section. Members of MTF Epsilon 20, and then in quotes, the night fishermen, are to prepare a subject for deliverance to the feeding site. Okay, so they're just straight up sacrificing someone. Marvelous. One individual D-class subject is to be administered a sedative and equipped with a high-pressure diving suit. The subject is then to be tethered to an underwater ROV within the aft airlock. The airlock is to be flooded and the subject is to be towed by the ROV towards the feeding site. Upon reaching the feeding site, the ROV is to disconnect its tether and return to the Aremida. Throughout this stage, SCP-F Aremida should monitor SCP-3000's position and adjust course if the entity begins to move away from the feeding site. Mission Command will provide additional instructions during this phase if necessary. The yawns. Lahonk, that's not the right kind of amounts of love. Bot got mean again. Nice roll, Toast. Nailed it. And Walk on Candy Eater got it too. Oof. Sorry. That's no fun. Okay. They'll provide further instructions this phase if necessary. Yes, yes, yes. Now, personnel on board SCP-F Aremida are to monitor SCP-3000 during feeding sessions. During this time, and now the rest of this sentence is bold, so this is very important, no personnel are permitted to leave the Aremida without authorization from Mission Command. Don't do it. Okay, and then back to normal text. At a point after the total consumption of prey, SCP-3000 will begin to excrete Y909 near the foremost section of its body. Specialized teams of deep-sea divers are to exit the SCP-F Aremida through the aft airlock and approach SCP-3000. Collection of Y-909 must take place during SCP-3000's digestive period. I'm just gonna back up. Okay, yeah. They're supposed to go do that during the digesting, which is currently believed to be roughly 2.5 hours after consumption of prey. Teams must return to launch craft before the end of this period. During this period, the typical effects of SCP-3000 are less severe, though command should continue to monitor these teams for damage to their cognition. After collection of Y-909 is complete, personnel are to transfer the collected substance to secure containers before returning to the surface. The mission administrator on board the Eurymeda is to monitor the substance throughout transport. That's the end. So, okay. Very careful. Get rid of a D class. Keep watching. And then nobody leave until they have been eaten. After they've been eaten, you've got a little bit of time. They go out and collect, but still watch after their brains because they're still going to get affected. And then monitor the special substance that we've gone down to get. Cool. Sorry. Alright. That was the end of that little piece. End of that addendum. And here's the next one. Addendum 3003. Psychological evaluation. The note here on redacted 09, so I don't know if that's 1909 or 2009, but I'm going to assume 2009. I don't know what month or day, but something. Level 3 researcher Venkatraman Krishnamurthy attempted to exit the Eurymeda's aft airlock without diving equipment. But was quickly restrained and the airlock cycle aborted. Despite having a CRV of 26 and having not displayed any previous signs of depression or suicidal attempt prior to his assignment aboard the Eurymeda, Krishnamurthy was interviewed by staff clinical psychologist Dr. Anand Manava to acquire a better understanding of SCP-3000's potential effect on his psyche. And then we have a very faded photo that makes me think, never mind, it really was 1909. Physically how? Anyway, it's just a very faded, like, sepia tone kind of photo. I can't fully tell what that machine is. It might be an old rotary phone. It might be a freaking typewriter. I can't really tell with how faded it is. Thing in front of him, and he's got a book. There's little stacks of stuff. Looks like my instinct is that he's in like a kitchen or something. He's got a little suit. He's maybe balding a bit. He's got a funky tie. But he's just looking over his books. And it's Dr. Venkatraman Krishnamurthy in that photo. And here is our little log, I guess, of his evaluation. We'll have Krishnamurthy and Manava. Both doctors, different things. Okay, begin log. Manava says, "Hi Venkat, how are you doing?" Krishnamurthy, "Unwell." Manava, "That's what I hear. Do you want to talk about what happened today?" Krishnamurthy is silent. Manava, "We don't have to if you don't want to. We can talk about something else." Krishnamurthy, "I'm tired, Anand." Manava, "I understand. This assignment has been stressful on all of..." But Krishnamurthy interrupts. "It's not. No, it isn't the stress. I've done this before. I've been on... I don't actually know if I've done this before." Manava, "You have." Krishnamurthy, "I don't remember it. Any of it. I've been getting these out of context feelings, like my body reacting to reflexes it didn't know it had. Everything is so disconnected, and trying to keep it together is... I'm just tired." Manava, "When did you start feeling this way?" Ooh. Go ahead and go, Toast. Have a good time. Whatever time zone, happy time zone. Daily reminder to hydrate. Yes, that would be good. We can do that. Yes, I hope everyone has had at least a cup of water today. Maybe go do that now if you have not. Okay. I don't remember. When did you start feeling this way? Krishnamurti. How long have we been down here? I don't remember. I don't know when. I honestly don't. I wish I could tell you more than that, but I have nothing. I look to that place in my mind and there's something else there, or sometimes nothing at all. Manava. What do you mean, something else? Krishnamurti. I've been having other people's dreams, Anand. I see faces I don't recognize, places I know I've never been, or maybe I have. I don't know. How can I know what is real or not when I can't trust my own mind? Manava. Well, maybe I can help you with that, Venkat. We can go over things you think you've forgotten, and I can... Krishnamurti interrupts. Don't patronize me. I know you've felt it, Anand. Your mind gets hazy, parts of you start to slip, your memories grow faint, fading in and out until they're gone, or worse, replaced. You see pasts that aren't yours, experiences that you never lived. You start to become other people, or nobody at all. Manava says, Venkat, please, I'm just trying to help. Hi, Oni. Then Vishnumurthy, do we even know my work before we met? Come to think of it, I don't even remember how we met. I know your name. I know that you're a psychologist. But are we friends? Are we brothers? I don't know how I know you. We work together, I know that. I still have that. But other things, they come and go. I don't know if I'm married or have children. And then there's a footnote. Dr. Krishnamurthy was married twice and has 2 sons and 3 daughters between the 2 marriages. So yes, you are married. Or were married. Many kids. Manava, I see. Krishnamurthy, and that isn't the worst of it. I know this is happening to me. I know that my mind is coming apart, but there's something else in there too. Something rising out of the smoke of my smoldering consciousness. That eel. Manava, the eel? Krishnamurthy, I don't remember my mother. I can hear her voice, but I can't remember her face. I can't remember how she smelled or how she... But what I do remember is she told me about gods. And then she pauses. There's a god called Anantashisha. I don't know how to pronounce. Anantashisha, a serpent, the king of serpents, said to lie beneath Vishnu in the cosmos. A 6-headed snake. A 6-headed snake god. Isn't that something? Manava, Yes, I am familiar. Krishnamurthy, of course, I'm sorry, I forgot. Pauses. I don't remember much, but I do remember that she told me about how an Anantashisha would linger past the end, gaze upon the darkness past the end of time. She said that when the light of the universe had gone out, all that would be left is an Anantashisha. Then another pause. I have worked my entire life for the Foundation, so much as I can recall. I have struggled to build my name and my reputation and done everything I can do to leave something, anything. Some kind of mark that says I was here, but... Manana, what is it? Manava, brain. Krishnamurthy, I believe that SCP-3000 is an Anantashisha. I believe that this aberration, this treachery against cognition, is the result of us being in the presence of a god. Not just a god, but a god who exists across all time, all at once, and even beyond. Maybe some part of the nothingness beyond the edge of time is part of an Anantashisha as well. Maybe it acts as a conduit, some kind of... And then Manava interrupts. Venkat, please, we're scientists. Krishnamurthy interrupts right back, though, and says, no, let me finish. In defiance of the nothingness that comes after all of this, there is an Anantashisha. There's a chance that my memories might live on, that I might be remembered like the memories I've seen have been through me. I don't I don't have proof of this, but when I looked into its eyes and saw that it showed what it showed me, I was afraid. I'm merely a mediocre man, Anand. This was a fear that I have refused to acknowledge for years, a fear of irrelevance, that no one will know who I am when I die. Afraid of being forgotten, afraid of my life being meaningless, afraid of being alone, afraid of dying. Sighs. There is a terror within me that I cannot reconcile, Anand. I won't lie to you and tell you that the maw of the Naga does not terrify me as well, but between this and the infinite dark I have gazed into, I have made up my mind. End log. Ooh, okay. Then there's immediately another addendum. Hello, DJ! Addendum 3000.4, Incident Video and Audio Log. So it looks like Krishnamurti is going to try something again. After 2 days of containment, thank you for hydrate. After 2 days of containment within a secure holding cell on board the Aremida, orders were received to lift the hold order on Dr. Krishnamurti in accordance to the terms of the ATZAC protocol. 3 hours after Dr. Krishnamurti was released from his holding cell, the following incident took place, aka shouldn't have done that. Okay, so begin log. At 02:19:33, Krishnamurti stands near the entrance of the Aremida's aft airlock. Subject is facing away from the nearest camera. 02:19:58, proximity alarm is triggered. Exterior floodlights activate. SCP-3000 is still not visible. Command is alerted and Aremida's engines engage, preparing for evasive maneuvers. 02:20:06, Krishnamurti is startled by proximity alarm and begins to appear panicked. Subject continues to look at entrance to the aft airlock. Subject turns briefly towards nearest camera and is observed to be weeping. 02:20:21, Krishnamurti slowly approaches aft airlock and opens airlock door. Subject enters airlock and primary access door seals behind the subject. 02:20:57, interior airlock camera captures Krishnamurti staring at exterior airlock door for a full 2 minutes unmoving. After 2 minutes, subject collapses on the ground. 02:21:15, all cameras shudder as primary turbines spin up. SCP-3000 is visible on radar approaching SCPF Aremida. SCP-3000 is not visible on exterior cameras. 02:26:37, Krishnamurti stands and approaches diving suit locker. Subject puts on a high-pressure deep-sea diving suit and then moves towards exterior door controls. Subject engages exterior door latch. Interior airlock camera is obscured by rushing water. So he's headed out. Why is no one doing anything? 02:27:14, secondary alarm is triggered by airlock breach. Personnel on the bridge attempt to close airlock, but Krishnamurti has already exited the airlock. 02:27:48, Krishnamurti hangs in the water behind the aft section of the Aremida, illuminated by exterior floodlights. Subject is motionless. 02:28:11, SCP-3000 slowly appears from out of the darkness. Krishnamurti remains motionless. 02:28:29, exterior cameras shudder as Aremida begins to reverse towards Krishnamurti. Rescue teams have assembled in the airlock chamber. 02:28:52, SCP-3000 approaches Krishnamurti. Its mouth begins to open. Aremida sounds horns, but neither SCP-3000 or subject appear to notice. 02:29:09, SCP-3000 moves to just above Krishnamurti. Subject appears to look up into the now fully expanded jaw of SCP-3000. Aremida begins to flash external floodlights. Airlock opens. Krishnamurti: Anand, I was wrong. And is sobbing. God save me, it's not. And is interrupted. 02:29:21, SCP-3000 strikes and quickly consumes Krishnamurti. 02:29:45, SCP-3000 disappears into the darkness and is no longer visible on exterior cameras. Rescue crews were recalled. Crew begins to initiate ATZAC protocol. End log. So because someone has been eaten, they're like, well, might as well collect some stuff. Or maybe that's why they let him out. They're like, well, if he goes, that's if he wants to go, he can be a sacrifice. We can use that. But yeah. But oh, that's too bad. Alright. That's the end of that log, and it's immediately another addendum. Addendum 3000.5, Personal Journal of Dr. Manava. Note, the following are excerpts from the personal diaries of Dr. Anand Manava. Dr. Manava has kept several journals during his assignment and has reported that it is beneficial to counteract the psychological and memory-affecting properties of SCP-3000. So, keep your journals to help your brain with the evil eel stuffs. I don't know. Addendum jump scare. Okay. It's dated 23/09/2009, so September 23rd, 2009. And it says, I come to bury Venkat, not to praise him. Psychologically speaking, having your memories affected like his, is not a pleasant experience for anyone. I really shouldn't be surprised that he chose to relieve himself from having his memories meddled with. After all, it's really alarming. Being briefed on its effects doesn't change the fact that I need to constantly keep tabs on all staff, myself included, and grounds us to reality. I am supposed to submit a full psychological report now, detailing what has gone wrong, why a staff member turned suicidal, and a full analysis of possible ways to prevent this from happening again in the future. To the O5 and Site Director Knox, have it reviewed and some new regimen designed to prevent such a travesty from happening again. He always was more religious than I am. Right at the end of his life, he was riffing on Anantashisha, a primordial Hindu snake god, and rambling about eternity. I'm not going to question the legitimacy of his beliefs and his claims, but this is quite the enigma, and I suppose I should consider myself lucky that this assignment is relatively benign compared to previous assignments that I've had. I don't think this is a mythical eel, anomalous maybe, but not really that extraordinary. It's funny, I spent the last 30 years blocking out everything my father wanted to teach me about Hinduism, and now I'm racking my brains, trying to remember anything he had to say about it. Ain't that always the way? I want to say that it's because of the eel, but if I'm being honest with myself, I simply tried to forget all his teachings. Maybe not at the beginning, but certainly by the end. I can barely even remember what he looked like. But I do remember how angry he got when I couldn't remember the names of my grandparents or great-uncles. He was desperate to preserve his, and then culture is scratched out. But he has heritage next, so to preserve his culture, to preserve his heritage, and I did everything I could despite him. On his deathbed, he begged me to perform the traditional last rites after his death. He even wrote the instructions down, but I was so angry at him that I tore them up in front of him. I can't even remember why. The only memories I have of him are how he made me feel. He spent almost 20 years trying to pass down our heritage, and all I have now is anger and hatred and regret. Hi, Andy. The next excerpt, I guess September 30th, 2009, 2009. Site Director Knox gathered the staff this morning for a short morning. After a few brief and laconic eulogies, he took me aside and told me that Venkat's replacement will come in a few weeks, and as he kept no contact with his family, it's likely his belongings will just be disposed of and are now technically Foundation property. The director indicated that if I want to keep a thing or two from him, I should do so now. His office was relatively unremarkable. His cushy squashed chair cushion, few office toys, and lots of marine biology books that I should probably check out someday. The only thing I took was a statue of Ganesh that stood next to the window. Not fully sure why myself, but he's now sitting on the bookshelf next to a picture of myself, my wife, and our daughter at a lakeside terrace. It was a pretty unremarkable trip to some tourist trap in Lucknow, but This really is one of our best looking pictures. We're going under again tomorrow. And then, a couple weeks later or so, 11/11/2009, November 11th, all of the D class managed to stay put this week, which is good. Other than the routine depression and memory loss from exposure to SCP-3000, everything was in order. Sometimes I'm a bit envious of them. All they know is that they're scooping gunk off some big eel. They don't know of its importance or why it's critical that they collect it and how much it helps us. You're jealous that they're about to die? 'Cause the D class just die. What are you talking about? Of course, one saving grace of being in the psychological division for the ATSAC project is the awareness of its potential effects. I'm aware of what's happening to my psyche. I know that I have memories that are being drained, pieces that are being lost right now. I recall images of a young man on a bicycle in front of a schoolyard gate, looking like it was the 80s. When I was in Singapore, he was laughing. Yet I don't know if this man was a friend, a lover, a son, a family friend, who this young man is. I like that he wondered if he was a lover. Perhaps Italian or maybe Australian. Maybe this isn't even a cherished memory at all. I looked at the Ganesh statue and the picture of my family again. It's really quite a shame. I truly forgot most anything that I've done with them. I started trying to learn some Hindu poems and songs, went out and got a copy of the Vedas. I don't know, Vedas? But I can't memorize the lines properly. I've been reflecting on what Venkat told me before he passed, though. His deep-seated fear of mediocrity, unable to rise out of the sea of humans that walk the face of this earth. He's worked for the Foundation for years, and while he isn't one of the most well-known and household names of the Foundation, he's not exactly obscure. He's been the Foundation's leading marine biologist and go-to expert for anything aquatic, and quite well revered. I'm actually quite surprised by his jealousy. He was never the flashy and bombastic type, and I would have never guessed that he wanted fame and recognition. Well, there's a difference between being nothing and being, like, famous. You just want to feel significant, even if no one knows you. Like, I feel you can be unknown and still very not mediocre. Like, I think our buddy's, like, misconstruing the fear a little bit. Perhaps he really was afraid that he is doomed to be stuck in mediocrity. Perhaps the silence of this place reminded him of something worse. And that's the end of the little journal excerpt addendum. And it's directly into another addendum. Addendum 3000.6, Memorandum on ATSAC Brief. And it says level 5 out of 3000 classified. So here's this little bit. Some new assignments had questions about our work here, so I'm publishing this to clear most of them up. Hi, Gary-san. Feel free to contact my office if there are any others. The ATSAC protocol is a method for gathering and processing the Y909 compound. It's a thick, brackish gray fluid that SCP-3000 excretes as part of its metabolism. We don't know the exact method by which it does this, but we have some ideas, and none of them are great for us. Initially, we thought it was bleeding. The first team we sent down to look at SCP-3000 went down to collect blood samples for analysis. When SCP-3000 attacked and consumed them and began producing more of the substance, we realized that we were looking at something entirely different. It's a really long entry. Well, it's a pretty long entry. We're nearly done. There's been longer, my guys, for certain. It's definitely not blood. It's more akin to a prion slurry. It's extremely toxic, and spending too much time around the stuff causes a lot of the same effects as exposure to SCP-3000 does. Paranoia, memory loss, suicidal thoughts, etc. Refining the raw Y909, what the processors call eel jelly, allows us to create amnestics more effective than any we've ever had access to in the history of this organization. Herein lies the dilemma. SCP-3000 only creates Y909 after eating, and it only eats humans. Remember when we said we had some ideas about how it does this? Some of our biologists have hypothesized that SCP-3000 is breaking down whatever makes sapient creatures sapient, filtering it through some parts of its skin, and the residual ether is what we collect. You want to know something really fucked up? We've taken radiographs of this thing, trying to see what's going on inside of it. It's full of dead human bodies. It's not digesting them all, it's doing something else. And the end result is Y909. When we first started using Y909 in our amnestics programs, we tried to synthesize it. We got something close to what we were looking for, Y919, but the side effects were catastrophic. The amnestics would work, we could get people to forget events, people, and so on, but then they would start to forget other things too. The mental deterioration would rapidly increase until there was nothing left, and then they would die. A few of those researchers thought we might be able to figure out how to decrease the severity of those side effects, but the cost to continue those trials would have been astronomical, and the program was discontinued. It's no secret that what we're doing here is abhorrent. The ethics committee, the classification committee, they're all looking at ways to make this more tolerable than what it is, but the hard truth is, if we want to continue to use modern amnestics, we have to have Y909. If we want to have Y909, we have to feed D-Class to SCP-3000. Otherwise, we'd be forced to go back to the metaphorical Dark Ages where we were amnesticizing people with opiates and chloroform. The good news is we're developing ROVs that should be able to take over the job of collecting the raw material from our dive teams. This will eliminate any chance of accidental casualties like we've had in the past, and is a good first step. For everything else, only time will tell. And then it seems to be signed from Nox, N-O-X. Directly into the next addendum, Addendum 3000.7, Personal Journal of Dr. Manava. Note, the following is the full text of a page, penned in the hand of Dr. Manava, which was ripped out of a journal and placed on his nightstand. At the top it says undated, which I don't think is what he wrote on the paper. I don't think he wrote undated. I think he probably just didn't bother to write a date this time. So here we go. I have spent a considerable amount of time on this assignment attempting to understand the underlying effects of individuals exposed to a Class 8 cognito hazard. I have conducted numerous personnel interviews, written a great many psychological reports, but I have not been able to properly deduce what about this creature would lead a perfectly sane man out the door of that airlock and into the maw of the eel. Earlier this week, as I was preparing my notes for another report, I accidentally knocked the picture of myself, my wife, and my daughter off the nightstand. The glass shattered as it hit the ground, and the picture fell out. As I cleaned it up, I noticed something written on the reverse of the image. It said, Anand, Shanti, and Padma, June 2002. But the writing was not mine. It was Venkat's. I was puzzled by this. Why would Venkat have written on the back of a picture of mine? I thought little of it at the time and cleaned up the mess and went about my day, but this question stuck with me. It was a little thing, easily explained in a number of ways, but I could not seem to shake the notion of uncertainty. It was not until last night that a horrifying thought struck me, one that I could not sleep on. I accessed the Foundation personnel archives and realized a truth that I cannot reconcile. Shanti was Venkat's first wife. Padma was his daughter. The records are clear. The life I remember, the experiences I am certain I have had with them, are the experiences and memories of Venkat, not me. I have never been married, and I have no children. Even now I can see my wife in my mind, hear her laughter, smell her hair, but I know now that it is Venkat I see her through, not me. The horror of this realization has been replaced with a queer sort of dread. I figured out what the eel does. Something about it, some latent part of its creation, abhors cognition. It breaks down human consciousness and scatters the part of us that we believe is a soul until all that remains is what we really are, electrical signals that will someday become inert. If even I can't remember myself, how can I expect anyone else to remember me? I have forgotten my own life, and I am strangely apathetic at this revelation. I will fade into the darkness, as thousands before me have, and thousands after me will. No one will care as I am forgotten. I do not despair for my own sake, but for us all. You and I, we will all face obliteration. I am not important, you are not important, vast droplets of irrelevancy, stretching eons in the sea of time. We may fight against it, but our enemy is inevitability. I do not think that the eel is an Antishisha. I don't think it would matter if it was. What is clear to me now, as I feel myself coming apart, is not that the eel is some mythological creature or divine serpent. Perhaps it's just a primitive creature that eluded us, holding no malice. Perhaps it really is a primordial deity, harboring resent beneath the surface. The eel is not the harbinger of my demise or humanity's doom. The eel is not the end of all things. It only shows us what the end looks like. And in spite of everything we might believe, every ideal we hold, or providence we pray for, I know this much is true for all of us. Our end will be a forgotten one. That note is the end. That is the end of the note, or his entry. But then there's a note underneath it about his note. Note, Dr. Manava was later discovered unresponsive near the aft airlock. Evidence suggested that Dr. Manava had broken into the onboard storage locker and ingested a significant amount of raw Y909, which, dude, could you not choose anything else? They're here for that. If you want less people to feel that, you should probably not have just ingested a bunch of it. Ugh, but okay. Dr. Manava was moved off of the Eremita and remains at Site 151 for analysis. So he is not confirmed dead, just unresponsive. The end. And that is the end of SCP-3000. It was a quite long one, but we have definitely had a longer. Spooky, freaky snake. But if we have learned nothing else, we have learned this. Humans can walk away from and forget anything. 058. Ooh, dude. You spooky. You spooky. Which is perfect for Spooktober time. Alright, so the next one will be 8558. It will come with a trigger warning, but we are not going to do that just yet. What we are going to do is our tappy taps and sniffs. If you have triggers you want to redeem, this is the time for that. I'm going to move stuff around and I'm going to mute and have a cough because I need to do that. Okay, and we're not doing we're doing that. Okay, we're gonna do tappy taps. I don't know if Walcott and Candy Eater will hear this, but we're doing our glass tap taps. Here we go. There is our tappy taps. You have something for SCP-5000? Is that on your recommended from the... I know you submitted a bunch. I don't remember that one specifically yet. But it depends. If you just want me to read that one, just adding it to the list. We'll get to it. We are doing only more spoopy SCP reads before the end of Halloween, or Spooktober before Halloween. So we'll definitely do more of those. I don't know if I'll get through the whole list at this point before then, because as much as I have long streams now, these are long entries. Let's try and click it and check it out. How many do I have left? So not including the ones I expect to be able to read tonight, I have another, like 10 to read. Probably. It looks like 10. I think I could get through some of those. We'll be doing 2 SCP streams next week. I could probably get through most of the ones that have already been here. Not all, maybe. But a bunch. Oh my gosh, I just realized that's Tsukuyomi. Sorry, Tsukuyomi, I didn't realize. I thought you were NURIAKEA that said that. In my brain, like, I was just like, I gotta read. Oh, what's that? And I missed it. But hi, Tsukuyomi, if you're still here. Yeah, we've got quite a few. It depends what your request is. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put that away. And we're gonna do sniffs. And then we're gonna do hi. Stop eating my frogs. But hi. I'm gonna do sniffs. And then we're gonna do sing and frog. And we'll pull out Herbert. So here we go with the sniffing times after I get a little bit of drink. Okay, here we go. There was lots of sniffs. Oh, that was good little sniffies. And reading your message, Andy, I think that's a great plan. I like to keep track of what ones are referenced, and so if you tell me which one are referenced, and I can read those beforehand, I would love that. That's a great idea. I don't think that we'd be able to do that this month, so it might be a little while before we get to all of them and the such. But I would do it. Because, like I said, I think I can get through, depending on how long the ones NURIAKEA have sent me. I haven't opened them all. I plan to get through at least a couple of them per stream. So, we could possibly finish the 10. We could possibly not finish the 10. And then we would be able to do whatever fun we choose next. Yeah. Alright, where's my next thoughts? My brain evaporated on me. Where did it go? Bread? Where did you go, bread? Okay. Singing frog. That's what it is. It took me a second. But I'm here. Okay, we're gonna bring out Herbert, and then we'll do humming and card dealing and dice for the honk. Don't you go nowhere, the honk. I'm just doing singing frog before I hop into humming. Herbert's gotta sing and then I will, you know? It's okay. Let's do singing frog. Here we go. Thank you, Herbert. Go sit over there, Herbert. And now, hummin'. Okay. Alright, another one. Alright. I'm gonna move on to card dealing and dice, so I'm gonna move the mic down. I'm gonna mute before I do. Ah! Frigid. Thank you, Frigid. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Rev up those money frogs, Frigid says, and we must comply. Rev 'em all up. My Twitch, my whole of the internet is being a bit slow. I don't know why. Something I have done has upset it, I fear. I will try to drop some money frogs once my freaking emotes load. Hello? Hello? Oh my goodness, it's so slow. Believe me, I will drop them as soon as I can. What the hell is happening here? Oh my god, my mom had a music box that's played that. I was little, I would always crank it and listen to it. I love that thing. It's a nice song. It feels very reassuring to me. It's a Stinky, Frigid. Why you call him Stinky? He give me money. Thank you for the resub. Here's your money, frogs. I'm finally sending. Yay! It's not Stinky. Also, of course, we love the cage Henlo. So cute. But every time I see it, I think, like, from far away in its mini mode, it looks like it's maybe a Pokemon that I don't know. And then I hover and I'm like, no, it's an adorable cage Henlo. That's what it is. Look at it. It's so funny every time. Okay. Yes, I was moving my mic for card dealing and dice. That's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna mute before I do that. So hold on just a moment. Here I go. I forgot to unmute. I'm sorry. Here we go. Frigid, that fun fact is an amazing fun fact. I love it. And I want to watch the clip of it now. I have to find it soon. I must. Well, thank you for hydrate. I will do. Okay, I'm dealing cards. Ah! I rolled a nat 1. I asked for big money, and the dice god said, fuck you. No. Okay. Hey, now I got a 20. Okay, now I can be done. Okay, moving mic. Hold on. Alrighty, and Turt, honestly, I'm jealous. I want mac and cheese and doggo. That sounds lovely. Are you kidding? Ugh. Those are great things. Okay, so we have water jar, page flipping, and keys in that order. So let me get my wibbly little water jar, and we're gonna do that one. Okay. Okay, here we go. Water jar. Ah! My chair made a very loud noise just then. I don't know what that was about. Okay. Okay, there we go. I was just gonna say, what if the dog wants to enjoy the mac and cheese? Could happen. Maybe. That message has been brought to you by doggos everywhere. Give cheese. Give. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. There was water jar. Where'd my brain go? Keys are after page flipping. That's what's up next. My brain. Here we go, page flipping. We'll start with the little stiff book, and then we'll go with the big fluffy book right after. Here we are. And a bit of book. There you go with the big book. Now go to keys. Here we go. I bumped you. I'm so sorry. There was our keys. I have seen other people redeem them, Cage, or Brain, no, not Cage, Turt, but no one has the same kind of enthusiasm that Turtle Boy has for keys. It is unique. I'm glad you're cozy, I'm glad. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and prep for the next story. We are actually going to do a different story next. And I figure the next one, I know this one's alright, but it's not quite as long. I want to do the long stories kind of off the top and not have to do a bunch of little ones the whole way if I've got a bunch of long ones. But I don't know for sure. Oh, endoplasmic, we just did the singing frog. I want to jump into stories next, so I think I'm going to leave that till the next story come about. I want to leave those. Oh, right. Oh, okay. My wind chime sounds. What can I say? Brings good memories. Yeah, very fair. Very, very fair. Okay, well, alright. I'm gonna go with this one anyway. It is. I'll just get my pencil. Boop, boop, boop. It's 6059. SCP 6059. Recommended by our very own Dew. Ooh. Was that on my. Is this one that we have had previously recommended? 2338. Oh, yes. That feels like even too long for this stream. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Oh, it's taking its time to load and it's not showing me the little scrolly bar, which is a requirement. Please. Thingy, show me the thingy. There we go. Oh, that's not too bad. No, that's pretty long. Oh my gosh. You know what? Okay. Being sent in 5 different directions. 426. Is that one that you recommended? 426. It's not in my most recent one. It's probably, yeah, it's one that we read very early on with our SCP, so I didn't reread it. If it's one we've already read, I'll leave it, but there are times when I go back to them. I want to read the new ones because there's so many new ones people want me to get around to. Going back to one we've already read, you know, it's in the VOD. It's probably there for you to look at. Not many of my VODs didn't make it to YouTube, so eventually you can find it there. I list all of which stories I read as well in my YouTube video descriptions as well, so you can try and find them that way. It's the toaster SCP. Ah, yes. Okay. Oh my goodness. Eeny, meeny, miny. Give me your dice. Okay. I will go with the 2338. I will erase, I'll go back, and we'll look at the other one maybe a little bit later, but not right now. 2338. Because you said to. Here we go. Let's go ahead. Squirrel. Okay. Yummy. You go away. You go up there. What was that one? There's so many things going on right now. Okay. Here we go. 2338 is what we'll get started on. It is a multiple parts, but I'll go through it all. There we go. So here we go, getting back into it. Endoplasmic. Tell me if you want a refund on the singing frog, because we don't get to it fast enough, but I'm going to leave that till we finish this SCP, which will take some time. But here we go. I'm all settled. Yes. SCP-2338. It starts with a little, like, computer talk, but it starts with SCP-Net V1.3.7 active. S-Ator or Sator, I don't know, 4 at SCP-Net : Wibble $, access SCP-2338, accessing ... This file is not currently available. File is marked with 1 comment. Sator 4 at SciPnet : $, access -com SCP-2338. And then in quotes, this article is currently under rewrite. If you need to access related files, use the -relf flag. We should be up and running by the 27th. Sator 4 at SCP-Net : Wibble $, access -relf SCP-2338, accessing ... And we have a first little file. It says SCP-2338-D. And this is the article that we have ability to click upon. So here we go. It says at the top, please note, as of 23/10/2013, so October 23rd, 2013. Ooh. And it's not quite October 23rd, but it will be very soon. Oh. 11 years later. This article is deprecated. It's a no. This article is a no. But okay. This is out of date, but we're going to go for it. Item number SCP-2338, object class. It does look like a silly face. Reminds me of the robots in Robot. You know, the red one that was voiced by Robin Williams. Kind of looks like him. Okay, object class, safe. Special containment procedures. All SCP-2338 instances are contained in the low security dorm of Site 19's E block. E like electronic block. Instances of SCP-2338 are to be kept to a regular daily schedule mimicking that of non-anomalous children. Wait, they're children? Okay, non-anomalous children with education in accordance with standard Foundation curriculum for child humanoid anomalies. Requests for toys, games, and accessories are to be provided at the discretion of the dorm supervisor. Dorm supervisor is to organize for checkups on each instance with the site pediatrician not less than once every 2 months. Description. They're children, so immediately very spooky. Description. SCP-2338 is a group of anomalous children between the ages of 8 and 15, permanently or just when you first got them, recovered from Carson City, Nevada in 2010. All 23 instances of SCP-2338 wear homemade animal costumes that appear to be bonded to their bodies via an unknown procedure. Are they stuck in Halloween mode? Oh, those poor babies. Oh no. They're all wearing homemade animal costumes from October 23rd. They're totally all just stuck in their Halloween stuff. Oh. Oh. Okay. Attempts to remove these costumes, surgically or otherwise, have been met with failure in all instances and are prohibited at this time. A number of children possess low-level anomalous abilities corresponding to the animal they are dressed as. This could go spooky, this could go sad. I already feel bad for them. Oh, no, wait, hold on. It's me. Oh, hello, Cage. Don't forget the cack. It me, cack. I'm gonna Google this, because I always get these wrong, and there's no way in heck I'm gonna know what that is. Found it. We're back. But I just looked ahead. Okay, so they're all the animals they're dressed up as. Some of them have some abilities corresponding. Cack at me. Oh. Don't bonk Cage for that. I requested it. I specifically requested it. What the heck? Okay. All instances of SCP-2338 lack noses, ears, and mouths. Oh. Oh no. Back to creepy. Ugh. Creepy, sad, creepy. Ugh. They lack noses, ears, and mouths. Despite this, subjects show an unhindered capacity to smell, hear, and taste. How do they taste? How does it go in? What? Instances are capable of gaining nutrition by touching suitable food to their mouths of their costumes and appear to breathe in a similar fashion. As all instances are unable to speak, they have been taught ASL to ease communication. Oh, they can't speak no more. Bonks are welcomed, but it's just like, that wasn't necessary. Okay. Here we go. We have SCP instances. SCP-2338 instances. We have designation, costume description, and then additional notes for each one of them. First up, SCP-23381. Child is dressed as a ram. Costume is well made. Are we going to tell the costume was poorly made in the next ones? Like, costume is well made. Torso consists of a sheet of black silk covered in cotton wool, which has been spray painted gold. Oh, you're a golden sheep, a golden ram. Cool. Child wears a large paper mache mask of a ram's head, complete with horns. Head lacks a lower jaw. Their head or the ram head, the paper mache head. Child wears black trousers and sleeves, and feet are replaced with paper mache hooves. Okay. Suplex? How does the suplex work? That would be so fun. But I don't know how to make anything a mod only. Hi, Rose. Welcome in. Okay. The notes on this one. Blood work matches SCP-23381 to Jason Broad, reported missing 25/10/2010 at age 9. So it took the family 2 days. They were recovered on the 23rd. Took 2 days before they were reported missing. But they were reported missing. And the little guy's just 9 years old. Next, SCP-23382. Oh, don't worry, you can go hang out. And what do you mean, without power? I'm so sorry you have no power. I hope things are okay. Ooh. I hope things are alright, Rose. That's stressful. Definitely choose something other than me if you need stuffs. If this is a, you know, an emergency kind of situation. Okay. Yes, SCP-23382. Child is dressed as a frog. Child wears green clothing, including green gloves with cloth webbing between fingers. Head is covered with a large papier-mâché frog head featuring a long pink strip of cloth representing a tongue. Flies, in quotes, are made of crumpled black craft paper, are glued to the tongue at semi-regular intervals. And the notes says blood work matches SCP-2338 to Ermis Xanthopoulos, reported missing on Halloween 31/10/2010 at age 11. Ah! Oh my gosh, we just got a raid! Oh my goodness. Hello, Myco Psycho. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Come on in, get cozy. We're just in the middle of our opening. Read. Our opening of this SCP read. But there's gonna be lots. I'll give you a second to settle in before I give my little hello. Hello, hello. Yes, it is a Halloween little tale. Makes me sad, makes me scared, makes me creeped out. It's spooky. Okay. Alright. Hello, Myco. If you need to leave, please go and look after yourself. Go get food. Go rest. I will not take any offense. Please go look after yourself. Otherwise, hi, I'm Raven. Welcome to Emerald Lake. This is... Yeah, you got right. Go ahead. Yes, please take care of yourself. But we are reading our SCPs. This is one that seems to be anomalous children preparing for Halloween. There are a bunch of kids in various animal costumes between the ages of 9 and 15 that became SCP-2338. And so something spooky is going on. Thank you for the trigger redeem. We'll get to that after this whole story is done. It will take a while. We only just started. It's going to be a bit. Thank you for doing the shout out for us, Cage. Go check them out. Yes, I hope your throat feels better soon. Let me immediately trying to type up a SO command. I mod too much. Oh, this is why you need a channel like this so that you can have a break. All right. Okay. Whatever floats your boat. Okay. So with that, we're gonna get back into this. If everybody's settled, welcome in and hello. Oh no, wait. Oh no, I have to run an ad soon. Oh no. I don't wanna run an ad so soon. I'm gonna mods watch those snoozes and hit me with the snoozes, but as soon as they're run out, we're gonna run the ad. So I'm just gonna read a couple more of these. But we were in the middle of our first kid was dressed as a black ram and was a 9-year-old little dude. And our second one is a frog kid. And we haven't gotten to any more details besides Ermis Xanthopoulos is the name. Oh wait, age 11. 11-year-old little dude. And he was reported, assumed pronouns, reported on Halloween. So a full 7 days. 8 days. A full week after they collected them. They said they collected them on October 23rd and wasn't reported missing till the 31st. That is concern. Okay. SCP-23382, Ermis, is semi-amphibious because he's frog. Semi-amphibious, capable of remaining underwater for up to 20 minutes before surfacing for air. Dang. It says the SCP number, but I'm going to say Ermis is extremely hindered in ASL by its webbed gloves. And is no longer allowed to access sharp objects following attempts to cut the webbing. Oh, baby, don't hurt yourself. No. Little guy, don't do that. Aww. Okay. But that's the end of Ermis's info. SCP-23383. Child is dressed as a dog. Child wears a Dalmatian spotted onesie with ears and paws. The hood of the onesie is pulled low over the head, obscuring the upper face. Lower face seems to have been face painted with spots and a canine nose and mouth. A pink tongue pokes out of the painted mouth. I thought that they didn't have noses or mouths or ears. Is this guy an exception? Because I was thinking that the ram kid without the lower jaw to the mask meant that he had his own mouth, but I don't know. Okay. Anyway. Next info on this one. Our Dalmatian. Blood work matches SCP-23383 to Damien Crouch. Reported missing 1/11/2010, so November 1st, at age 6. So it took a full week for a 6-year-old to be... Oh my gosh. Why are they not reported missing sooner? Damn it. These are small children. What the hell? Okay. SCP-23383 shows motivation and attention issues and is currently being tested for suspected ASD/ADHD. Was that important? It's an anomalous person. We're really going to be worried about that part? SCP-23384, though. Mods! I had to snooze. Okay. SCP-23384. Child is dressed as a unicorn. Child wears white clothing with a multicolored cloth mane running from the head down the back. Hands and feet are both covered with papier-mâché hooves. A papier-mâché horn is affixed to the head with a thick pink plastic headband. Headband appears to have slipped down, covering the child's eyes, so that the horn looks more like a rhino horn than a unicorn horn, because it's closer to the nose. Okay. Blood work matches SCP-23384 to Goldie Gas. Reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 10. SCP-23385. Next up. Child is dressed as a snake. A little snake. Large green cloth costume with a yellow and orange underbelly runs from the child's neck to the ground with holes for arms and legs. So then, a lizard. No? Okay. A green hood with hand-painted eyes and fangs is pulled low over the child's upper face. Blood work matches SCP-23385 to Cletus Vance. Reported missing 2/11/2010, November 2nd, 2010, at age 9. SCP-23385 is severely dyslexic. And next, SCP-23386. Child is dressed as a donkey. Costume appears store-bought and resembles the cartoon character Eeyore from The Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. This must have been written recently, as that was not in public domain until recently. Okay. The head of the costume has been modified to fully cover the top half of the child's face. Blood work matches SCP-23386. They didn't have the -6 there this time. To Martha Gary. Reported Halloween 2010 at age 8. Next, SCP-23387. Child does not wear a costume. What the hell do you mean? Well, what the hell do you mean this one isn't dressed? Okay. Child does not wear a costume. Child's upper face is obscured by a red cloth blindfold with a paisley pattern. Child holds a plastic pail styled as a jack-o'-lantern in its right hand. Blood work has not yet been able to match SCP-23387 to a missing child. SCP-23387 refuses to communicate and will not play games with the other children, but will work on mathematics problems enthusiastically. When asked to produce self-portraits, SCP-23387 will label itself Mikey, 9 years old. Should we be concerned? Do we think that that's the reason everybody's a anomaly? Or do we just think poor Mikey isn't getting attention, maybe his nonverbal ASD? I don't know. Okay. Anyway. SCP-23388. Child is dressed as a tiger. Child wears a full-face plastic tiger mask with a growling mouth. Child wears a short-sleeved tiger pattern t-shirt and orange trousers. Child wears heavy paw gloves on both hands. Gloves are black with sections of fur spray-painted orange. Blood work matches SCP-23388 to Simon Brown, reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 9. SCP-23389/SCP-23310. Uh-oh, a double. Children are dressed as a dragon. Costume is extremely well made, with multiple painted papier-mâché parts covering a cloth half-tunnel between the two children. SCP-23389 is within the head of the dragon, which features a hinged mechanism for opening and closing. SCP-23310 forms the back of the dragon. Blood work matches SCP-23389 and SCP-23310 to Saffron Dane and Benedict Cheng, respectively. Both were reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 12. As SCP-23310 is incapable of displaying its hands beneath its costume, messages are usually relayed through SCP-2339, whose hands and torso can be seen when the mouth of the costume is left open. SCP-23310 is currently attempting to learn to write with its feet. Well, good luck, dragon butt, buddy, but okay. We're just going to go through every single one of these. There's quite a few. Oh boy. SCP-23311. Child is dressed as a spider. Child wears all black clothing, including a hooded jacket. Jacket has additional arms sewn into it, composed of tights stuffed with cotton wool. Hood is pulled low over the face and covered in large googly eyes. Blood work matches SCP-23311 to Jenny Childs, reported missing November 2nd, 2010 at age 9. SCP-23311 is deaf. Oh no, and has been diagnosed with ASD. Okay, extra difficult to communicate, but we're going to try with Jenny. SCP-23312. Child is dressed as a cat. Are they unable to remove all their costumes? Just seeing, yeah, they're all stuck. None of them can remove their costumes. Even surgically, they can't pull that off. Cage. Oh, okay, good, thank you. I'm going to finish a couple more and then we'll do an ad run. But okay, child is dressed as a cat. Here we go. Child wears black leotard with sewn-on cloth tail. On its head, child wears cat ear headband and large black sunglasses painted with cat-like eyes. Blood work matches SCP-233812 to Ali Bechtel, reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 10. SCP-233813. Child is dressed as an alligator. Child wears a dark green onesie with a scale pattern. A large cardboard crocodile head adorned with with green scrapbook paper covers the face. Blood work matches SCP-233813 to Akinyi Arenza. I'm definitely not pronouncing correctly, but reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 9. I think so far our youngest is 6 years old and our oldest is 12. but with 2 people at 12. Let's go one more. Got a lot of different animals. The one that isn't even an animal is the one that surprises me the most, though. SCP-2338-14. Child is dressed as an owl. Child wears long-sleeved lime green shirt with a cape of brown cloth attached to the wrists from purple Velcro straps to form wings. The back of the cape and front of the torso are covered in multicolored feathers glued on in clumps. The upper half of the child's face is covered with a purple foam mask cut in a rough semicircle. Orange foam semicircles are used to designate the eye sockets. A yellow foam triangle in the middle, pointed downwards, represents the beak. Blood work matches SCP-2338-14 to Sun-hee Gyun, reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 9. SCP-2338-14 shows an ability to hover and glide using its wings, and notably better than average eyesight. Sun-hee says the name, but Sun-hee excels in ASL despite issues with mobility due to wings. Good for you. Sun-hee, again they say the number, requires medication to regulate its hormone production. Okay. They've all got their little health issues, but alright. And that was the last one. I want to read more, but the ads are going to come in, so I'm going to run a 1-minute ad. I'm sorry, but this is it. Someone clearly wrote this after watching Halloween Town 2. Maybe. Okay, I'm not the one catching these drops. Also could have been Hocus Pocus. They both do it. Okay. And now I'm going to run the 1-minute ad. Here you go. I will see you back very soon. I'm sorry. Ad. I'm sorry. Here it goes. Where's my drink? There you go. Caffeinate and hydrate. Okay. Yes, I knew this one was a long one, but the list of the kids is the surprise, because it was like one of those drop-down little button moments. So I knew how long this first section was, but then the drop-down of all the kids is a lot more than I thought. There's a lot of kids. I don't know how many kids. We were about to read 15. There's 23 kids, at least. Yeah, there's 23 kids, so not quite. I thought we were going to get 10. But instead we got a whole classroom full, even though they're all different ages. Ah! Noisy chair. In Halloween Town 2, there was a story people got turned into whatever creature they were dressed as. Why did my brain think that Hocus Pocus did that to people too? They didn't. They just kept them at the party. They just made them dance. Somewhere in my brain, even though I recently watched it. I thought that happened there too. No, but I know that I've seen that in another movie. I don't know if it was older than Halloween Town 2 though. I don't know. Okay, but we're back. So I'm going to read the next section. We've got through 14 of the 23 kids. We've got a bunch more kids to read. SCP-2338-15. Child is dressed as a snail. Child wears an orange hoodie with hood pulled low to obscure upper face. Painted styrofoam eyes are affixed to hood with orange pipe cleaners. A rolled-up mattress representing a shell is strapped to child's back. Blood work matches SCP-2338-15 to Tommy O'Donovan, reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 6. SCP-2338-16. Child is dressed as a caterpillar. Child wears green and black striped long-sleeved t-shirt. A red beanie is pulled over the child's face. Large green felt circles representing eyes are sewn on asymmetrically. Blood work matches SCP-2338-16 to Jamie Dunnigan, or Dwignan. Dwignan? I don't know how to pronounce your name, Jamie. Reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 7. Ooh. On 30/2/2013, so February 30, no, that's, what? Did you just say February 30th? 2013? Excuse me? Huh? That doesn't exist. What are you talking about? Foundation? Someone needed to edit this. There was a couple moments where the little tiny things, but that one is a blaringly obvious, huh? Okay. Anyway, theoretically, February 30th, 2013, SCP-233816's costume began to change, sprouting small pink cloth wings. SCP-233816 has not yet shown any ability to fly with its wings. I'm not going to say the number again. Jamie is to be tested bi-monthly while wings continue growing. So, wow, this one, the caterpillar became a butterfly. Were you chrysalis for a little while first? I have concerns. A lot of them. Mostly about February 30? Okay, but okay. SCP-233817. Child is dressed as a ladybird. Do you mean ladybug? Or ladybird? I don't know what a ladybird is. Child wears a red polka-dotted dress and red fairy wings. Face is covered with a black painted paper plate with a white smiling face. Blood work matches SCP-233817 to Minerva Wells, reported missing November 1st, 2010. Minerva is capable of limited flight with use of its wings. Okay. SCP-233818. Child is dressed as a penguin. Child wears an oversized black blazer over a white shirt. A triangle of yellow cloth representing a beak has slipped out of place, covering the child's eyes. Blood work matches SCP-233818 to Anthony Dalton, reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 9. SCP-233819. Child is dressed as an octopus. Child wears blue t-shirt with 6 stuffed socks sewn into the bottom hem. A blue beanie hat with a printed smiley face pattern is pulled over the child's upper face. Blood work matches SCP-233819 to Caden Smith, reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 6. Another 6-year-old. SCP-233820. Child is dressed as a wolf. Child wears large black fur coat and black gloves. A latex wolf mask covers child's face. Child's hands are painted black with white triangles representing claws on the backs. Blood work matches SCP-233822, and I'm pretty sure I'll mispronounce. Hiawatha Tahaswangolas, reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 10. SCP-233821. Child is dressed as a raccoon. Child wears an oversized black and gray striped onesie with stitched on ears. Child wears a black felt domino mask with no eye holes. Face is partially painted with gray and black stripes. Blood work matches SCP-233821 to Ron Loader. Oh no, this one's even younger. Oh. Reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 5. SCP-233821 has issues with bladder control and is to receive toilet training in accordance with its doctor's recommendations. That poor little baby raccoon. SCP-233822. Child is dressed as a platypus. Child wears a turquoise hoodie and slacks with a brown oven glove attached to the back of the waist as with an elasticated band. Child's lower face is covered with a large plastic bill. Child wears a khaki trilby, so it is. It is Perry the platypus. It's not just a platypus. Child wears a khaki trilby, which is a hat, which has slipped down, covering its eyes. No way! Blood work matches SCP-233822 to Perry Staines. Reported missing November 1st, 2010 at age 7. The only person that reported quickly was on the 25th, so 2 days after. Everybody else took at least a week. Yeah, well, the turquoise is not the natural platypus color. If you didn't know, the only time platypuses are that color, which was unaware to Dan Povenmire, he didn't do this on purpose, it's when they're under UV light. And considering what UV light usually makes that turquoise color, that's mildly concerning to excessively concerning. This is what Dan made the platypus look like in our beloved show Phineas and Ferb. But it's a real thing that and he didn't know, and that's how that just kind of came together. But yeah, so there's no reason for a platypus to be turquoise unless it's in reference to that. So I was like, well, that's gotta be. And then he's wearing the hat. And you're named Perry, you little kid. Of course. But anyway, okay. Final child with a very fun costume, it looks like. SCP-2338-23. Child is dressed as a pterodactyl. Child wears a white t-shirt printed with the logo of the Jurassic Park film series. A mask made of cereal boxes covers the child's face. 2 halves of a cardboard roll are sellotaped to mask, representing the mouth. Large, asymmetrically cut cardboard wings, colored with marker, are sellotaped to the child's arms. So kind of poorly made pterodactyl. They didn't say it, but yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I just meant in this story it was very heavy-handed. Yeah. It was very clear that it was definitely Perry. But okay, so our pterodactyl, here, this little one. Blood work matches SCP-2338-23 to Balbina Cerrone, reported missing Halloween 2010 at age 11. SCP-2338-23 is capable of sustained flight with use of its wings. Limitations of the costume make some mobility issues difficult for Balbina, as bending of the wings is not possible without great pain. Balbina used a modified form of ASL for communication. Why did you say used, and why did you say it in past tense? Don't do this to me. Don't hurt the little babies. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. But okay, that's all our kidlets. That's all the little ones. And now we have containment log 2338. We start with MTF, so our mobile task force that went out, and I had to look up the letter, this Greek letter. I didn't know what it was pronunciated. I don't know, but I think it's XI. It's the XI pronunciation, but XI. It looks like a very, very funky E. C12, or their nickname is Peculiar Yellow. Date, November 6th, 2010. Location, Carson City, Nevada. The debrief. C12 activated following a series of missing persons report in mentioning children. I thought we collected them on the 23rd, or maybe that's just when things happened. That they officially went missing, but they weren't reported missing till later. But okay, anyway. Series of missing persons report mentioning children, quote-unquote, fading into the darkness near the end of October in Eagle Valley. Investigation led C12 to suspect the involvement of a local sect of GOI 27F5, their nicknames being here Our Stolen Future, who have been involved in child kidnapping cases previously. With a name like you do assume kidnapping. A raid of the sect's headquarters at Redacted Digits Cardinal Way is authorized on 23:30 hours of November 5th. So that's why our number is something like that. Raid revealed 12 members of the sect and 23 children living within the basement. All members lacked mouths and seemed to be unable to communicate details of the sect's operation. Ooh, even the members are without mouths, so not just the kids. A note addressed to quote-unquote Brian was found in the kitchen, and here's the little note. Brian, they're on to you, the police, the FBI, whoever. I tried to snap them for you, but I still can't get this new camera working. There's no time to collect the models, just run. We were going to have to put them down anyway. XXX. Period. Notes. The identity of Brian is not known and cannot be matched with any of the incarcerated members of GOI 27F5. It is believed at this time that the sender and receiver of this note are still at large. MTF Xi 12 have been assigned the duty of seeking out these individuals, POI 27F51 and 27F52, as well as any additional members of the sect. Still remember one time. Oh, that's so freaky, Turt. That's fair. If any of these places are ones that you know, well, oops. Okay, but here is interview log 23382. Date 8/11/2010. Interviewed SCP-233811. So, okay. This is, I'm going to scroll back up to specifics of this kid, but it's SCP-11. Jenny Childs, the one that was deaf already. Oh no, I'm going to sneeze. Ah. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Alright. Jenny, who is dressed as a spider. Who is deaf and diagnosed with ASD. That Jenny. SCP-233811. That's who they're interviewing. Interviewer, Junior Researcher Alistair Smeaton, Department of Humanoid Anomalies. No, not holding back. I just felt it happen, and I was like, oh no. What? Forward. 233811 was selected for interview due to its age and for ease of communication. Oh, I didn't check how old. I scroll back. 11. No, 9 years old. SCP-11 is 9 years old. Okay. So for the age, ease in communication, SCP-233811, or Jenny, has been legally deaf since birth and has existing ability in ASL, allowing it to communicate effectively despite lacking a mouth. I was sitting there reading and I got so freaked out. I don't think I slept that night despite knowing it's fake because, like, I haven't lived exactly years. Well, hey, you never know. Maybe someone that used to live there too wrote it. Maybe someone that's just not far from there and knows of it. Maybe somebody that pulled up Google Maps and just picked a teeny tiny place. You know? It happens. You never know when people rate. Okay. But alright, so it's Jenny, I'll be saying. And then Dr. Smeaton, our interviewer. But okay. So Smeaton says, and I'm guessing, yeah, they're doing this in ASL because of course Jenny can't speak and is deaf, so they're doing this all in ASL. Smeaton, hello Jenny, I'm Al. How are you today? Jenny, I'm lots better than yesterday. Are you my new doctor? Are you going to do more tests on me? Smeaton, no Jenny, I'm just here to talk about what happened to you. Do you want to talk about that? Jenny hesitates. Jenny, am I allowed to say no? Smeaton, of course you are, Jenny. How about we play a game and you can talk about whatever you want? Jenny selects Jenga from Dr. Smeaton's game box. Hell yeah. Jenny says, I love this. Jenny and Dr. Smeaton begin to set up the tower. Jenny attempts to use her additional costume limbs to place a piece atop the tower, knocking it over. Jenny, oh, I'm sorry. Do we have to stop now? Smeaton, why would we have to stop? Jenny, my brother says if you knock it over while you're setting it up, you're automatically the loser and you have to stop. Smeaton, well, that's not the rules in my office. You can knock it over as many times as you want and we'll still be able to play. Does that sound good? Jenny, A little typo there, but Jenny. How long am I going to be here? I've never been away from home this long before. Smeaton. Unfortunately, we don't know how long it will be until you can go home. Hopefully soon. Jenny. Okay. Maybe if you beat me, I can tell you about what happened. You know, if he wins the game. Smeaton. That sounds like a fun challenge. They play Jenga for the next 10 minutes. Dr. Smeaton loses on his 5th turn. Smeaton. Well, drat, I really am hopeless at this. Jenny. Heh. Jenny hesitates. And then Jenny. Am I not allowed to tell you now? Smeaton. You can tell me if you want to. Jenny. I think I want to. It was scary, but it might help you fix us, right? Smeaton. It will help us understand you. That might mean fixing you, but you know I can't promise anything. Jenny. That's okay. They had lots of cameras. Smeaton. Who did? The people who kidnapped you? Jenny. Yes, but they didn't kidnap me. They were just helping me with my costume. Smeaton. What issues were you having with it? Jenny gestures to herself. I'm not going to say it. Get out of here. Jenny. It was stuck. I was out with my friends trick-or-treating, and then everything got dark, and when I woke up, it was stuck. They just wanted to help me get it off. They took lots of pictures, which I didn't like. They got angry when I wanted to go home. They said my mummy wouldn't want me when I was a spider. They just wanted to help me get it. They took lots of pictures, which I didn't like. They got angry when I wanted to go home. They said mommy wouldn't want me when I was a spider. That's just awful. Jenny begins to sob, motions as if wiping nose on sleeve. Jenny. Then they put me downstairs with the other kids, and they were all like me. I wasn't expecting that. And I knew Ermis from school, so... And then... Smeaton interrupts. What was that sign? Who? Jenny finger spells. Jenny. E-R-M-I-S. He's a frog now. Anyway, that's mostly it. The men with the yellow helmets came in and I tried to talk to them, but they didn't understand sign, and now I'm here. Smeaton. Did you ever hear anyone being referred to as Brian? Jenny. Yeah, Brian's the one who found me after everything went dark and my costume got stuck. He took the most pictures. I never saw him after they put me downstairs. Smeaton. What did they say the pictures were for? Jenny. I'd like to stop talking about that now. Can we play another game? And like the few good people that it gets sprinkled in the foundation they actually stopped, as far as I can tell. The note says, while the interview ran for another half hour, no important information was gleaned from it. So I'm guessing, they were there, they were playing, but they didn't continue with that line of questioning. They let her lead. Good. In a subsequent interview, Jenny was asked to draw a picture of Brian. Picture can be found within the file for POI 27F51. Incident 2013-101904. 10-1904. I think they did that. Hold on just 1 second. All right. On 19/10/2013, so October 10th, 2013, Site 19E Block suffered a major security breach resulting in 30 casualties and 4 severe injuries. Oh no. As we are currently incapable of interrogating the persons involved, their motivations are unknown. Investigation into the possible involvement of major GOIs is underway. And there's an interview log. Interview log 233832, date 2010-2013, so the next day. Interviewed Ryoko Sato. Interviewer Dr. Zimowit Blazejewski. Director of Humanoid Containment, Site 19. I'm going to say Sato and Blazejewski are our doctors, are our people's names.
Forward, Ms. Sato is the assigned supervisor and tutor for the SCP-2338 instances. Interview occurs in Room 7, A&E Department, Site 19, following Incident 2013-10-1904. Ms. Sato? Hey, Z. You're here to talk about the kids, right? Dr. Blazajewski? Right. Sato, what do you need to know? Blazajewski, anything that seems relevant, Ryoko. We just need your side of the story for the records. Sato, okay, yes, I can do that. Should I talk about the morning or just skip to... And Blazajewski interrupts. The morning sounds like a good starting point. How were the kids? Sato, they were... antsy. That's normal when their checkups are coming up, though. Lots of them get uncomfortable or anxious around the other doctors. Some of them are just excited to get out of the dorm. I do what I can, but they're still cooped up in there, you know? Miss Sato begins to cough. Blazajewski, do you need me to get you anything, Ryoko? Water? Sato, no, I'm fine, just hard to speak. How's your sign? Blazajewski, I'll keep up. Miss Sato switches to a combination of ASL and JSL, Japanese sign language, I'm sure. Sato, I decided, given the mood of the classroom, I'd put aside the intended class for the day, long division, and do something that would let them talk more. We went through an introduction to the Stonewall riots. Wow, okay. I let them talk about whether or not violent protest was morally justifiable. How old are these kids? One of them was 5 years old. Well, it's only been 3 years. It's only 8 years old. That's a lot, but okay. Jenny, SCP-233811, made a great point about how violence only begets more violence. But Hiawatha 233820 talked about the need for demonstrative violence to disrupt corrupt systems. I felt like things were going well. They were fueling their energies into... they were fueling their energy into thinking about the class, which is good. Sorry, I'm rambling. This is hard to talk about. Oh God, are the kids... She trails off. Dr. Blazajewski, I'm not able to discuss the children right now, Ryoko. We need to get your statement first. Oh, honey, what happened to the kids? Miss Sato, oh God, oh God. Unintelligible due to shaking hands at this point. Miss Sato takes a deep breath and flaps her hands. Dr. Blazajewski places his hand on her knee. Sato. It was about 11:30. I was just about to move on to tectonic plates, continental drift. I'd heard the children talking about how cool volcanoes were last week, thought I'd treat them. I'd brought in a box full of materials for making model volcanoes, had it hidden behind my desk. Mrs. Sato smiles briefly and squeezes Dr. Blazajewski's hand. She swallows heavily, grimacing, then continues. There was a loud noise in the hall outside. This might be triggering to talk about next up, guys. Violence and all this stuffs. But specifically, we're moving into gun violence as a warning. So if you don't want to continue with this, you can go ahead and head out. It's okay. Look after yourself. 3 gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. The kids started panicking. They'd have been screaming if they had mouths. I felt like I should be screaming too. I got them quiet. Teacher voice works wonders in any situation. Then I got them lined up and we headed toward their bunks. I think I told them it was a drill. I don't know if they believed me, especially since they'd seen me hit the panic button to start the alarm. I tried to move fast, but I didn't want to panic them. I could have moved faster if... Blazajewski interrupting. We know you did everything you could, Ryoko. Please don't punish yourself for this. It's not your fault in any way. Sato, I know that rationally. I just can't stop thinking about the things I could have done, Z. Blazajewski, we lost 7 staff today, most of them directly under me. Trust me, Ryoko, I know exactly how you're feeling. Our line of work, most people here go through something like this in their time here. Dr. Blazajewski hands Miss Sato a tissue. Dr. Blazajewski, we can stop here if you need, Ryoko. Sato, no, it's okay. Where was I? I was bringing them toward their bunks when we were in the common room. I took a head count. Only 22 kids. We were missing Jenny. Jenny, she's distractible. She gets so buried in what she's doing. Plus, she's deaf. Wouldn't have heard the gunshots. I told the kids to go to their rooms and not come out until I came back for them. Then I ran to the classroom. Jenny had realized everyone was gone, I guess, wasn't there, so I went to the playroom. She was looking for us in the hallway near the entrance. There were 2 men standing behind her. One had a gun. I couldn't call out to her. I couldn't do anything. Miss Sato covers her mouth with her left hand, holding back sobs. She continues to finger spell with her right hand. THEYSHOTHER. Dr. Blazejewski fetches Miss Sato a glass of water. Miss Sato slowly sips it and calms down enough to continue. Sato, after Jenny, they started heading down the hallway toward me. They hadn't seen me, so I had a second or two to hide. I tried to hide behind my desk, forgot I had all the volcano-making stuff there. They saw me the second they came in. I tried to run, but they caught me. Demanded to know where the kids were. Said I wasn't an aberration, in quotes. They wouldn't kill me if I cooperated. So whoever they are, they intend to get rid of anybody that's an SCP, I guess. Or in some way, these kids being anomalous is why they're getting hit. Or why Jenny is gone. Blazejewski, so did you... Sato, fuck no. They were there to kill the kids. I knew the longer I delayed things, the more chance security would get there in time to help. The security they hadn't already killed. When they realized I wasn't going to play nice, they shot me in the stomach and went searching. I could see they were headed in the general direction of the dorm, so I tried to get up, but the pain... It was unbearable, so I crawled, dragged myself along my side. Didn't have a plan, just... I don't know, I guess I still had it in my head I could stop them. Maybe if security arrived, I could yell, get them there faster. Maybe I... Miss Sato rubs her face. I don't know, they got there before me. I heard 4 gunshots, then a pause. 3 more. More and more. I was crying, I think, but I was still pulling myself along. When I got to the common room, they were still there, going through each bunk, shooting at the kids inside. I tried to shout for them to run. I guess Tommy heard me. 23381. He and Hiawatha made a break for it. Gunmen heard me too, though, I guess. Shot them too. Then they saw me. That must have been when they shot me in the neck. Miss Sato raises her hand to her neck cast. Blazejewski, do you remember anything afterward, before security arrived? Sato, not much, Z. I wasn't able to see anything. I was blacking out, but I heard one of the men screaming. The other falling to the ground. The gunshots stopped. I started to feel like I was drowning. The air was thick and soupy. And then I was rising. Up, up, up. I felt warm, safe, protected. I felt like if I died right there, it would have been okay. Miss Sato shrugs. Sato, and that's it. That's all I remember. Can you tell me about the kids now, Z? Are any of them... Blazejewski. There's one survivor. Sato, 1? Blazejewski, Ryoko, I'm so sorry. It's clear you went above and beyond. Sato interrupts. Who? Blazejewski, what? Sato, which child? Blazejewski, 233814. Sato nods. Sato, Sunhee. Sunhee is alive. Okay. Interviewer chose to end interviewer at this time. And then the little text underneath says here, this is more of computer talk. The computer is talking to itself. We're hitting things. I don't know what's going on. But there's a square bracket, arrow up, C, square bracket. I'm realizing now it's not Sator, it's Sato R. We are Ms. Sato accessing all of this. So Sato R4 at scpnet, squiggle, $, close all, closing, ... Sato R4 at scpnet, squiggle, $, exit. Are you sure you want to exit? This will invalidate your token. Brackets y/n, y. This says that there were various footnotes, but I'd never see them. I'm guessing these are each of these referenced in the next things, because there's another like section clickable. But I'm going to take a break before we head into the next two sections. The next one is SCP Redacted-D, and I'm guessing this is somehow related to our SCP-338, but not sure what's going on. I don't know how these are all relevant and connected. I'm sure we'll find out. But yeah, before we get to the redacted version of these things, let's do the couple of triggers I have. I have Singing Frog and Scissor Snips. It got heavy, it got very sad. Let's do that. Alright. We have more. Okay. Here's our frog. No, Gary-san, we're about to get to them in a second. There was Herbert, and now the immaculately timed Scissor Snips for Gary-san. Here we go. Oh, I didn't. There's a little button. There you go. Okay. Scissors. There you go, there was the scissors. We have keys, card dealing, and kalimba next. Well, let's do some keys. Here we go. Here we go.
There's our keys. I'm gonna go ahead and do Kalimba first and then card dealing because it's a little bit Mike movie for those, but okay. Let's get the Kalimba out. Okay. Okay. I'm just feeling this one. I want to do it one more time. I don't know. No, which person? Okay, I'm gonna go from the top. I don't know, I just felt like that one. We're not even gonna do a second song because I did that one a bunch. I liked it. Dun da da. And now I'm gonna move the mic and we're gonna do another card dealing. So hold on while I mute. we are back. So, there was our triggers. They're all done. We're gonna jump back in the story. Here we go, here we go, here we go. So we finished the first little part of the file, but it is not done. The second part, it has a similar please note as of 23/10/2013. This article is deprecated. It is, again, null, but let's see what this one is. It feels like it is thoroughly different. It feels like this is decidedly disconnected, but we're going to find out. This one has a lot more redacteds, and this is where all of the footnotes seem to come into play. But here we go. Item number SCP redacted. Object class Euclid. I'm trying to do color masking. Trying hard mode, run changing. All the colors mean while Raven is making me a piece not going well. You do this all the time. You're like, I'm going to play a game while also intentionally watching someone I know makes me EP. You're doing everything hard mode by doing that. Okay. Alright. But here we go. Object class Euclid special containment procedures. SCP redacted is to be contained within a water tank suitable for SCP redacted's size. The air outside of SCP redacted's tank is to be kept at an absolute humidity of less than 0.001. There's no units on that humidity, but okay. Sure. Consistent water flow is to be maintained within the tank to mimic tidal conditions. Live fish and prawns are to be introduced twice a day for feeding. Personnel entering the tank are to exercise extreme caution in avoiding contact with any parts of SCP redacted. What the hell even is this? They're not telling us much on this. Why do we not know the name? Well, at least we have a photo. SCP redacted within its containment tank. And it is a photo of some teal waters. And then a big, or at least it sure seems to be real big, jellyfish. Seems to have some kind of dark colored top with multicolors as we get to the edges of its mushroomy top, with some oranges and some greens and some darker spots, kind of spotty amongst the crumple part, the ridging. And underneath all its jellyfishy legs and stuff, all of that fluffy stuff, it is very fluffy, looking like a tulle dress, kind of wibbles. Lots of pink tendrils coming out. So, very spooky. Gotta be up earlier than normal. Then go bed. Yes. Eat well, Turt. Take care. Good night, good night. But alright, so yes, we are dealing with a jellyfish. Here we go. Description: SCP redacted is an unusually large black sea nettle jellyfish with a footnote saying Chrysaora acleos, which is, I guess, its Latin name for the black sea nettle jellyfish. Approximately 40 foot long, I knew it was big, with anomalous swimming capacity. SCP redacted is capable of moving through any substances with greater than approximately 0.5% water per volume, as if it were water. So you could totally swim through apple juice. Thinking back, I don't even know where the what counts as water argument when it was some sort of SCP that was messed up that we were considering all of the messed up stuff, but I don't remember. Okay. SCP redacted is hostile toward humans and will seek to attack any who enter its containment chamber. As it is not capable of moving through glass, SCP redacted poses no threat to those not entering the tank. SCP redacted's tentacles produce a potent venom that can lead to extreme pain, cardiac arrest, and death if not treated. With another footnote, Irukandji syndrome. I do not know what Irukandji syndrome is, but it's IRUKANDJI if you want to look it up. IRUKANDJI syndrome. Containment log, SCP redacted.
On 17/1/1997, or January 17th, 1997, several reports of an extremely large jellyfish around Wellstead, Australia prompted... Oh no. Hold, please. Very important Googling. Sigh. It's sigh. I wasn't sure. Okay. Prompted MTF Psi 3. It's got the letter that's like a little trident. That's Psi. 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 MTF Psi 3, or Without a Paddle, to investigate. Upon arrival, several large jellyfish matching this description were found moving through the ground within the bay. Moving through the ground? Damn. I guess it's just a very muddy, watery ground. Containment achieved on one instance with the use of drying agents and digging equipment following 4 civilian casualties. Damn. SCP redacted, the largest of the instances, showed great distress upon the death of other instances, becoming notably more hostile. Psi 3 used this predictable behavior to lure SCP redacted into a hyper-dry area achieved with drying agents, effectively drowning it. A water tank was then built around the weakened SCP redacted to fully encapsulate it. Incident 2013-10-1904. So on the same day as the incident where the bad guys came in and got rid of all the poor little Halloween little kids, except for Sun-hee, I'm pretty sure the name was. They also have an incident here. I guess the unifying thing isn't anything but the GOIs. Oh boy. Okay, so on 19/10/2013, so October 19th, 2013, Site 19E Block suffered a major security breach. Yes, resulting in 30 casualties and 4 severe injuries. Last time they didn't include that many casualties. I guess they counted all the kids in the casualties. Anyway, and 4 severe injuries. As we are currently incapable of interrogating the persons involved, their motivations are unknown. Investigation into the possible involvement of major GOIs is underway. And here we have, it looks like a video log. Camera feed, Site 19, containment cell redacted. The containment cell of our SCP jellyfish. I'm just going to call him Jelly, because saying SCP redacted 5 million times feels a little bit like soup. Like I'm asking for myself to mess up. But okay. So on 19/10/2013, October 19th, 2013. 1100, Jelly is dormant in its tank. 11:23, Jelly begins to move slowly towards the top of its tank. 11:30, an alarm sounds from another sector. Hi, Darkstorm. Jelly spins in place and begins to move quickly, attempting to move through the glass of its tank. This activates a small alarm, which is ignored due to an emergency in E-block. Jelly is unable to move through the glass. 11:31, Jelly rams against the glass of its tank, forming a crack. Jelly rams again, breaking the glass. Water floods containment chamber. SCP Jelly begins to move in fast circles, stirring the water as it drains. 11:32. Hi, Thrice Candies. Going all right. We're reading about a spooky jellyfish that had issues. Same day as some very, very tragic stuff happens at the same site. 11:32. Jelly swims upwards, moving through the ceiling of the containment chamber. 11:40. Jelly returns through the ceiling of the containment chamber and moves to the central point of the room. 12:01. Drains are opened in the containment chamber, allowing flooded water to subside. 12:05. Several personnel step into Jelly's chamber and converse among themselves. 12:34. Jelly moves downwards toward the personnel. They begin to panic. 12:35. Jelly deposits 23 bodies on the floor and returns to the center point of the room. 13:10. Personnel leave containment chamber with bodies on stretchers. What the hell do you mean, 23 bodies? What? Okay. Separately, different camera feed. More info here. Camera feed Site 19 E Block Low Security Dorm. This is where our kids, I think, are all at. 19/10/2013, same night, and roughly the same time. We pick up at 11:30. 2 armed men enter the common room. 11:31, men begin to open common room doors leading to bedrooms and fire within. 11:32, a woman appears in the entrance to the common room. She is on the ground and bleeding profusely. The woman calls out. 11:33, 2 children run out from an unopened door towards the woman. Both men turn and gun down the children. One man returns to opening bedroom doors while the other approaches the woman and shoots her in the throat. 11:34, a shadow is cast over the room. Several dozen meter-long tentacles move through the wall and begin exploring the room, moving toward the gunman. Okay, so our jelly tried to save the kidlets, I think. I don't know what happened. Tentacles move, exploring the room, moving toward the gunman. They reach the first man and wrap around him. He calls out. The second man turns around, raising his gun. A single tentacle moves quickly through his brain. He falls to the ground, silently. 11:36, Jelly enters the room, obscuring the camera. 11:37, Jelly exits the room, leaving behind only the bodies of the 2 gunmen. So Jelly broke into this to grab all the kids and either, I guess it's Sunhee stayed in her room, didn't leave her room, and Jelly picked up all the now dead kids and our teacher lady, I think is what Jelly picked up. This is my assumption. I'm not certain. But okay, and that's the end of that file. And the next little page is SCP-2338. And this one is just a little bit different. Proposed article to be instated in SCP-2338 slot as of 27/12/2013. So as of December 27th, 2013. This seems very interesting. So I think something has happened and they didn't tell our teacher and they lied to her. Ryoko Sato is who supposedly is accessing this file as we see the little computer talk before and leaving at the end. So something is happening here where I think no, never mind. Oh my gosh. Jelly slooped up everybody and dropped. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna find out. Here you go. This is spooky. This is messed up. Those 2 SCP are getting mashed into one, basically. Item number SCP-2338, Object Class Euclid, Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2338-A and SCP-2338-B are to be contained within a custom reinforced airtight water tank suitable for SCP-2338-A's size. Consistent water flows to be maintained within the tank to mimic tidal conditions. Live fish and prawns are to be introduced twice a day for feeding. A large tube is to be inserted into SCP-2338-A from below its bell for transportation of mice, rats, blood samples, writing materials, and homework assignments. Personnel entering the tank are to exercise extreme caution in avoiding contact with any parts of SCP-2338-A. SCP-2338-B has been instructed to present itself for lessons at 10 a.m. EST every day. Failure to arrive within 15 minutes of this time is to be reported to SCP-2338-B's handler immediately. SCP-2338-B is to provide blood work on the 1st and 15th of each month. Can you see where we're going with this? Description. SCP-2338-A is an unusually large black sea nettle jellyfish. Footnote, same as the last one. Chrysaora acleos, approximately 13 meters long, so much smaller now. With anomalous swimming capacity, SCP-2338-A is capable of moving through any substances with greater than... Or was that the same? It said approximately 13 meters long. You know what? I'm going to go back. How big was you before, Jelly? How big was you before? 40 foot. Yeah, I knew. I was like... Before it was 40, but I didn't know which kind of units it was. I couldn't remember that. Okay, so 13 meters long with anomalous swimming capacity. SCP-2338-A is capable of moving through any substances with greater than approximately 0.5% water per volume as if it were water. SCP-2338-A has shown the capacity to interact physically with these substances, seemingly at will. SCP-2338-A is no longer hostile towards humans, but will react defensively to any perceived threat upon it or SCP-2338-B. SCP-2338-A's tentacles produce a potent venom that can lead to extreme pain, cardiac arrest, and even death if not treated. Footnote 4, Irukandji syndrome. Same thing as before. This is the same jellyfish, except now not as hostile to humans, very protective of the 2338-B. SCP-2338-B is a 12-year-old girl of Korean descent who has been biologically modified to resemble a child wearing a brightly colored owl costume. Sun-hee got sucked into a jellyfish. SCP-2338-B's physique requires it to be provided with live prey in order to gain proper nutrition, and it is provided with vitamin supplements and medications due to health issues. SCP-2338-B currently resides within the bell of SCP-2338-A. Both SCP-2338-A, and I'm not saying the full number again, B, seem to benefit from this, with B requiring less medication to regulate her hormone production, and A having ceased containment breach attempts and generally become more docile. B does not seem to be affected by A's stinging venom, and reports through ASL that she is quite content with her situation. B signs A as an altered safe sign. Footnote here says, crossed S fists pointed inwards, transitioning into uncrossed downward-facing S fists. Incorporating a downward-facing palm with wiggling fingers. When asked to spell this, B finger spelled E-O-M-I, and then it has the Korean letterings, a Korean word meaning incubator or mother. And that is the end of 2338. And that's when Sato popped out. But there was a little extra note. Mother had a little link, and I've clicked that to look at it. It looks like these are all journalings and stuff about it. Oh, it looks like Sato goes and visits. Oh, yeah, it looks like it's kind of like an epilogue to all of that. Sweet. I think it's a separate thing, and I'll put it on my little list of one of the things that we should look at eventually. But I want to read the ones that you guys recommend before I go into all of those. But it seems I will never run out of things you guys recommend. So I will make sure to add that little link at some point. But okay, there you go. There was 2338. Now, we had a break fairly recently. I have some short ones. We have to go ahead, go eat, Darkstorm. Sleep well, happy time zone, whatever time zone. I have a couple shorter ones that we could read. How about we do one of the shorter ones? This one's
looking pretty short. We'll go with this one. SCP-575. That's what we'll go with. Here we go. And then we can do another trigger break if people have triggers that they want to have done. But alright, SCP-575. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Any and all instances of SCP-575 are to be immediately isolated and contained with Protocol AL-9077. See Advanced Lightning and Emergency Containment Strategies Handbook. So they're supposed to be isolated and contained with that protocol and transported to secure containment. Should an instance of SCP-575 exceed a safely containable size, Protocol AL-9077-B is to be used to divide and isolate SCP-575 into smaller instances. Well, what in the heck could this be? Containment units are to be made of 2 airtight rooms, each sealed by airlocks. The outer room, Containment A, is to remain lit at all times with no less than 2 backup generators on standby. Light fixtures are to be checked weekly, and any blackouts in Containment A will result in immediate lockdown until total illumination is restored. The inner containment unit, Containment B, is to be coated in a layer of pure calcium both inside and out. Personnel entering Containment B are to be fitted with LED embedded clothing and equipped with portable floodlights in case of emergency. Interaction with SCP-575 should be limited to sample collection and observation. Any samples obtained from SCP-575 must be treated in the same manner as the original source, and all test areas must have calcium lining and emergency illumination procedures similar to those outlined here. Any and all civilian deaths resulting from SCP-575 are to be attributed to wild animal attack / scavenger predation of an already deceased subject. Should deeper scrutiny be applied, attacks are to be blamed on a serial killer / satanic cult, and any additional information is sealed, in quotes, due to ongoing investigation. Now, description. SCP-575 appears to be an unknown form of matter, taking the form of a series of amorphous black shapes and structures. SCP-575 is difficult to observe as it immediately dissipates when exposed to light. Footnote here says, an action reminiscent of SCP-1219, however, a connection between the two entities has not yet been made. Current testing has been unable to identify if SCP-575 is organic or inorganic. Despite the lack of any visible nervous systems or observable organic components, SCP-575 displays behavior consistent with an active consciousness. SCP-575 initially manifests in total darkness. How this occurs is unknown. However, tests have shown a variable mass of SCP-575 forming when data expunged, variable, along with a time frame. No idea what that was saying. SCP-575 is capable of, in quotes here, floating, and can alter its density, allowing it to, quote-unquote, pass through very small openings. SCP-575 prefers very dark, isolated locations in which to settle after its initial formation and will remain there until it reaches, quote-unquote, critical mass. I see we have a double singing frog. That's a bunch of singing frogs. Until it reaches critical mass at data expunged. So we don't know what the critical mass is. SCP-575 grows with the absorption of biological material. SCP-575 will, in quotes here, attack living things by solidifying portions of itself and using these, quote-unquote, appendages to bludgeon, cut, and crush subjects. The tracking and selection methods used by SCP-575 are currently not understood. Upon disabling a subject, SCP-575 will forcibly tear and crush tissue within the main mass until it is,
quote-unquote absorbed. SCP-575 is unable to interact with objects rich in calcium, however, and, in quotes here, nesting areas. Ah! What the heck are these? What the heck, anonymous gifter? Oh my goodness. Thank you. Let's drop some money frogs and welcome in Shorzy69, Hayabusa, Titan Voyager, Magic Sora to your subs. Freaking heck. What the heck? What the heck? Very sudden. What is going on? Anonymous gifter, what are you doing? But hi, thank you. There needs to be a lot more money frogs, people. Look at this. Random gifts, thank you. Okay, where was I? Alright, it can't do anything with the calcium, and nesting areas, in quotes, for SCP-575 can be identified by the large amount of bones, teeth, and calcified dust around them. SCP-575 is capable of manifesting in any area of total darkness. This appears to be a form of spontaneous generation, in quotes, and can form in any suitably dark location after data expunged. So there seems to be another little tidbit, but we don't get to see that. SCP-575 was initially recovered under the home of Mr. Redacted and his family. When initial contact was made, SCP-575 had quote-unquote digested the household and had partially quote-unquote consumed a neighbor, one redacted, age singular digit. So this is a very young neighbor. Since this initial contact, multiple digit redacted instances of SCP-575 have been recovered, most of which have been in residential homes or large buildings such as factories and schools. The cause for this preference is unknown, however, it has been suggested that the building behaviors of man simply provide more suitable quote-unquote nesting areas, or that SCP-575 somehow quote-unquote needs a nearby human presence. Both theories are under investigation. A lot of quotes in this one. But okay. Oh my goodness. That was 575. Told you it was a quick one. And we'll break for Singing Frog. I see we've got 2 Singing Frogs and that's it. Maybe I'll just, if there's no other redeems, I'll just do extra long Singing Frog. But if there's more than that, I'll probably come back to the second one later. But here goes a Singing Frog. Let's get Herbert back out. My little wooden frog. What are we doing? Here we go. All right. You ready, Herbert? I'm floating. Hold on. I was floating. That's bad. Okay. But there was one Singing Frog. But there's been no other redeems, so I'm going to do another minute of Singing Frog. And then we'll jump back into our next story.
the only way forward, I think. But thanks for the little froggy dances. Ooh. Ooh, let's see what the hype train gives us. Oh, what are you giving me, hype chest? I got a frog ponder emote. Twitch knows I'm frog theme. They know. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. More frog. That was very loud, I'm sorry. And there was our singing frog. Thank you for your service, Herbert. So there you go. The double frog. And we'll jump back into stories. What are we gonna do next? What are we gonna do next? Let me see. This is probably all I can read as long as there's no extensions. Yeah. Oh, that looks terrifying. Oh my goodness. Okay. It looks like this is going to be a bit of a silly note, and I think that that's fun. So, SCP-6059. Here we go. Alright. Yes. I'm gonna guess that this is our last one, but I don't know. See how long it takes to read this one. SCP-6059, Level 2, Restricted. Containment Class, Euclid. I'm gonna just put the little hoofs up. Disruption Class, Valam. Risk Class, Notice. So, low level concern, basically. We're not too worried about them. Special containment my brain, I'm reading the other words already. Special containment procedures. The Chuck E. Cheese establishment, the rat casino, the child rat casino, establishment formerly housing SCP-6059 has been seized by Foundation personnel under the cover of a major health code violation. The former structure has been converted into a Foundation site. All civilians recorded as having formerly interacted with SCP-6059 have been appropriately amnesticized. All children exposed to SCP-6059 are to be monitored for future unusual behavior, including, but not limited to, religious fanaticism, unusual ritualistic behavior, and involvement in fringe religions. SCP-6059 is to be fed Chuck E. Cheese brand pizza twice daily. Any complaints from SCP-6059 regarding the quality of pizza provided are to be disregarded. No one cares. Once a month, SCP-6059's pit should be emptied and refilled with plastic balls of the same brand used by standard Chuck E. Cheese establishments.
SCP-6059 is permitted to have enrichment activities as a reward for good behavior. You can kind of guess the direction that this is about to go. This is a photo before we get to the description. The ball pit. It's a photo of a ball pit. The pit containing SCP-6059 entity was on a pause when photo was taken. There's a little paper sign with, in pen or pencil, written on it, 30-minute pause. But it's a very big ball pit, lots of colorful balls, the red, yellow, blue, green, various, and there's a white net around it that the little paper sign is pinned to. And yeah, so we're dealing with a ball pit housing something. Excuse me, I'm yawning. Ball pit housing some sort of Chuck E. Cheese related thing. I feel like this is something where if you know the lore of Chuck E. Cheese characters or something like that, that's how you're gonna know what's coming with this one, maybe. I don't know though. But here we go. Description. SCP-6059 is an amorphous creature approximately the size of an average human toddler, composed of a mixture of plastic, vomit, pizza sauce, and trace amounts of feces and urines. So, never mind. I thought it was gonna be like a character. No, it's just the reality of the mess that ends up in a ball pit. Ew! I hope none of you are eating. While amorphous, it is capable of shaping a crude, quote-unquote, head and mouth. 2 plastic balls placed atop its quote-unquote head with drawn-on pupils serve as its quote-unquote eyes. It is unclear if these quote-unquote eyes are functional. SCP-6059 lives in a ball pit formerly located in a Chuck E. Cheese establishment. SCP-6059 is incapable of leaving the confines of its ball pit despite constant statements to the contrary. Children under the age of 10 exposed to SCP-6059 will begin to worship the entity after approximately 20 minutes of exposure. Worship typically takes the form of prostrating in a ring around the pit containing SCP-6059, reciting grandiose statements of SCP-6059's supposed might and power, and throwing slices of Chuck E. Cheese pizza into the pit. Addendum 6059-1 Interviews with SCP-6059. I wish we had a name for this thing. I don't know what to call this. I don't want to give it just numbers, but at the same time, this is the least human thing I think we've read. And deeply concerning. Ugh. Do they give him a nickname? And I'm scrolling to try and find nicknames without trying to... I'm gonna go for it. I know, but I don't know what to name this guy. I don't know what to call you. Considering what's gonna come up, like we're gonna talk about the ball pit. We're gonna mention Chuck E. Cheese. My temptation is to say Chuck, but I don't think that's it. Rat Casino God is my next best, but that's longer than SCP. No, it's not longer than SCP-6059. Rat Casino God is still shorter than that, but the other things are just swears because it's a collection of icky stuff. Does anybody have an idea? Mozzarella? You know what? I'm not mad about it. We should come up with a different, like, if Chuck E. Cheese, then his full name is something something mozzarella. Maybe it's Mott's-A-rella.
But anyways, okay, we'll call him mozzarella. I'm on board. Mozzarella's good. Okay, so addendum, the interviews with yes, mozzarella. Interview 1, 10/27/2021, so October 27th, 2021. Interviewed SCP-6059, or as we'll call them, mozzarella. Interviewer, Dr. Zacharias Rosemary. There's a footnote here that says researcher from the Department of Anomalous Ambassadors, a foundation branch dedicated to improving communication between personnel and anomalies. We need a lot more people in that department. Hold on, no. Okay, sorry. A lot more people in that department would be good. Forward. The following interview was conducted following the successful containment of mozzarella. Begin log. Dr. Rosemary unzips the mesh netting surrounding mozzarella's pit. Following instructions from on-site command, he carefully steps in. The balls reach his knees. Dr. Rosemary. Hello? Anyone there? Anyone here? Mozzarella pops up from the balls several meters from Dr. Rosemary. Mozzarella. All caps. Hey! Rosemary. Yeah, hey, I'm... And then Mozzarella interrupts. Are you balls? Rosemary. What? Hi, Annie. Welcome in. What an interesting thing to enter on. Are you balls? Are you balls? Are you balls? Okay, Rosemary says, ... What? And then, yeah, there you go, Annie. And then, we're calling this SCP Mozzarella, but SCP-6059, Mozzarella, says, thing in my pit. Are you balls? Still all caps. And then, Rosemary, no, I'm a human being. And without any spaces, all caps. Very aggressive here. Mozzarella says, get out, get out, get out. Leave, 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 leave. Get out, leave. Mozzarella continues shouting as it begins throwing plastic balls at Dr. Rosemary. Dr. Rosemary attempts to engage conversation, but is unsuccessful. Mozzarella's assault continues until Dr. Rosemary leaves the pit. Mozzarella looks toward the exit of the pit and appears to form the approximation of a frown before vanishing back beneath the balls. End log. Closing statement. Several other members of site personnel attempted to engage SCP-6059 in conversation following Dr. Rosemary's attempt. Mozzarella responded the same way to each. Dr. Rosemary was reassigned once it was determined the entity's reaction was not unique to him, and a new plan for interviewing was drafted. This plan included the creation of a pause, in quotes here, system designed to punish the entity for poor behavior. Ooh. Okay. Interview 2. 10/29/2021, so 2 days later. So within 2 days, they had various people come in, and they were like, you know what, actually, it's not unique to you. Mozzarella's just pouty. Interviewed. Mozzarella. SCP-6059. Interviewer. Dr. Rosemary. Forward. Dr. Rosemary was provided with a family-sized Chuck E. Cheese pizza to provide as an offering to Mozzarella. And there's a footnote here. This practice was developed after watching security footage involving SCP-6059 before containment. Children were frequently seen throwing entire pizzas into the pit that held the entity. Imagine being that kid's parent. I want a whole pizza. You want a whole pizza? What? Yeah, I want a large pizza. And the parent's like, okay, yeah, fine, we'll get that. Come sit down, let's eat. And then, to mozzarella it goes. And they're like, what the fuck? What? Bring it back. No. Waste of money. But alright. Sorry it wasn't a Genshin fight. Cage, you're fine. But thank you for giving Annie the shout out. Okay, so yes, this is the way that this goes. And here we have begin log. Dr. Rosemary approaches the pit with the pizza. He opens the mesh netting and holds the box over the pit. Mozzarella erupts from the balls beneath the pizza, bites down, and drags the offering into the pit. Rosemary.
Feeling okay, SCP-6059? More willing to chat now? Mozzarella. All caps. Always. You have pleased me with a sacrifice. You may speak, non-ball. And then the non-ball. I guess that's the Rosemary's new name. Rosemary's new name, non-ball. Rosemary. Right. Okay. Let's just start with the basics. What are you? Mozzarella. Tell me, mortal, have you ever had an enlightened experience in a pit? An enlightened experience in a pit. Why do I think that this mozzarella is hitting on him? It's a toddler-sized being, but that does not make it a toddler. But I think I'm supposed to think of it like a toddler. Rosemary, What? Mozzarella, have you ever had an enlightened experience in a pit? Rosemary, hold on. I have no clue what you're trying to ask me here. Mozzarella, have you ever been blessed by the pit of balls, left with a mark of the divine, touched by a higher power? Rosemary, I guess? When I was a kid, I got pink eye from a McDonald's ball pit. Do you mean something like that? Mozzarella, yes, this is it. You have been touched by my blessing. You are a prophet of the pit. Oh, I don't want that blessing. I don't want that blessing. Rosemary, all right, that's lovely. SCP-6059, that didn't answer my question, though. Mozzarella, oh, it didn't? Every time Mozzarella speaks, it's all caps. But I don't want to scream at you guys, so sorry. Rosemary, no, it didn't. Mozzarella is silent for several moments. It suddenly begins shouting and throwing balls at Dr. Rosemary and continues until Dr. Rosemary leaves the pit. Dr. Rosemary, SCP-6059, if you don't behave, you're going to get a time out. Mozzarella throws another ball at Dr. Rosemary, hitting him between the eyes. Rosemary, all right, time out it is. Mozzarella yells, wait! Dr. Rosemary institutes the recently developed quote-unquote pause plan, turning off the lights and leaving the room. SCP-6059 angrily throws a ball at the mesh netting of the pit every few minutes. Eventually, it appears to settle down and begin looking for personnel. Mozzarella, turn the lights back on, mortal! Release me from this time out immediately! Mozzarella sinks into the pit, staring at the netting. It makes soft whining noises. Mozzarella, please come back! End log. Cute. Closing statement. Dr. Rosemary returned after 30 minutes. He explained behavioral expectations to Mozzarella and informed the entity that a failure to cooperate and behave would result in another pause. I think they'd say timeout, but anyway. The entity agreed to the terms set forth. Next, interview 3. 10/31/2021. Another Halloween! Yay! Okay. Interviewed, Mozzarella. Interviewer, Dr. Rosemary. Begin log. Dr. Rosemary throws another family-sized Chuck E. Cheese pizza into Mozzarella's pit. Dr. Rosemary. All right, 6059, are we ready to behave? Mozzarella pops up from the pit, eating the pizza. It nods. Dr. Rosemary. Good. We both got off on the wrong foot, so let's start over. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I need you to answer them honestly, all right? Mozzarella. Those terms are acceptable, mortal. Dr. Rosemary. All right, first question. Same as before. What are you? Mozzarella. I am Botuli, god of the pit. Okay, so Botulae, B-O-T-U-L-A-E. So I guess we should be calling him Bot. But I'm going to keep saying Mozzarella. Maybe we'll say Botzarella. There you go. Rosemary. ... God of the pit. Botzarella. Yes, I hold divine power over the pit and all with it. Rosemary. All right, I can accept that. Now, when you say the pit, you mean... Botzarella. The pit and its many balls are my domain. I oversee them and their blessings. Rosemary. So, is that just this ball pit or all of them? I haven't seen you make much of an attempt to leave here. Botzarella. I am more than capable of leaving my pit. I am all-powerful. Rosemary. Okay, leave the pit then. Botzarella stares at Dr. Rosemary. It begins reaching to grab a ball. Rosemary. Make smart choices, SCP-6059. Botzarella puts the ball down. Make smart choices. Botzarella. My domain is the pit. This pit. Rosemary. I appreciate you being honest with me. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. You have more of a domain than most people. I gotta ask, though. Why this pit? Botzarella. This is my pit. It is my domain. Rosemary. SCP-6059, please respond to the question. You know I want more of an answer than that. Botzarella goes silent and appears to recoil slightly. Rosemary. It's okay, SCP-6059. There's nothing to be upset about. You can talk to me. SCP... no. Botzarella. ... I woke up here. All caps still, but I feel like he's gonna be a little bit quieter about it. So sad. I woke up here. Rosemary. And? Botzarella. That is all. I woke up here. Botzarella appears to breathe slightly faster. So he's panicking. Rosemary. So this is your divine pit then. Okay, I understand. And that thing with those children? Botzarella. My divine servants, loyal subjects who sung my praises and brought me offerings. Rosemary. 6059. You had like 20 children worshipping you. What were you even doing? Botzarella. A god is nothing without followers. Followers spread word of your power and gain you influence. With followers, worshippers, you are remembered as mighty in the pantheon. With worshippers, you gain offerings and you live forever. Rosemary. But why children? Botzarella. They are like me. I feel kinship to them. Botzarella watches as Dr. Rosemary records notes. It cocks its head slightly. Botzarella. Mortal, are you a children? Rosemary. No, sweetie, I'm in my 30s. No. Botzarella. Then why do you bring me offerings? Why do you write down the stories of my exploits? I do not feel my influence working upon you, yet you perform the steps of worship regardless. Ooh, good point. Bot's got you there. Remember, his name is now Botzarella because he said his name is Botulai or Botzarella. I have to scroll back. What did you say? No. I am Botulae, god of the pit. Botulae. So he is Botzarella now. Okay. Are you children? I feel the worship regardless. Rosemary. Oh, I guess I have been taking notes. Botzarella. Have you accepted the glory of the balls? Have you decided to become a follower of mine? Dr. Rosemary. Nothing quite that exciting, 6059. Don't overthink it. Anyway, I think we're done for today. There are a few things I need to look into. See you soon, okay? And Botzarella. Wait! Dr. Rosemary exits the pit and leaves Botzarella's chamber. Botzarella, ... come back, ... Cage. Okay, and that is end of vlog. Closing notes. Footage following this interview shows Botzarella acting irritably. He's sad. The entity is seen throwing balls against the mesh netting for several hours before it ceases and appears to stare towards the ceiling. After approximately 1 hour, it sinks back into the pit. Aww. Interview 4. Oh, it looks like it's just the very next day. 11/1/2021, so November 1st, 2021. Interviewed Dr. Rosemary. Interviewer Botzarella. What do you mean? What do you mean? We're interviewing Dr. Rosemary, and SCP-6059 is the interviewer? This is so cute. Forward. SCP-6059 Botzarella requested an interview with Dr. Rosemary following the prior interview to which Rosemary agreed. Okay, so here we go. Do not cook on sleep deprivation. Agreed, Cage. Yes, we agreed there. Okay. So here is the begin log. Botzarella. Hey, thing in my pit, are you? Oh, mortal, it is you. Dr. Rosemary. Yeah, what's up? You wanted to talk to me? Botzarella. Yes, since we last spoke, I have been bothered greatly. Dr. Rosemary. All right, let it out, bud. Botzarella. I have always been content with my pit and my balls. I'm sorry. The worshippers I had were few, but I was content. I was above them. I am the mighty god of the pit. Dr. Rosemary. And? Botzarella. ... And... ... Something is wrong. I feel wrong. Rosemary. Oh, you're being really serious about this. Okay, yes, go ahead. Botzarella. When I first awoke, it was just me in my pit. There was this feeling for something, though I did not know what. All I knew is that I was divine, and the pit was mine. Eventually, I met the children, and they were kind to me, worshipped me, made me feel important. When I was brought here, the feeling began again. My worshippers were gone. It was just myself and the pit. This was upsetting, but I am unsure why. Then you come and begin speaking with me, and the feeling would go away. But you would leave, and that feeling would return. What is that? Dr. Rosemary. Well, honestly, part of it is because I'm assigned to you. I need to take care of you and ensure that you are okay. Botzarella. You did not have to bring an offering with you this time, though. Dr. Rosemary takes out the family-sized Chuck E. Cheese pizza he had been concealing. He smirks. Rosemary. You noticed, huh? Botzarella. You were not required to come this time, either. Rosemary. To be honest with you, 6059, I don't come because I have to. I come because I want to learn about you. But mostly because I think you just need a friend. Botzarella. What is a friend? Is it balls? It is not balls. Rosemary. Nah, a friend is someone you care about, not because they worship you or anything, but because you respect them and enjoy their company. You give them things because you feel like it, or because it's the right thing to do. They listen to you and care about you not because they have to, but because they can. Botzarella. I do not understand. Rosemary. Honestly, 6059, I could tell talking to you that you'd been through something. I don't know what that thing was, but you don't need to be alone. Botzarella. Are you my friend, Doctor? Rosemary. Yeah, I am, if that's something you would like. Botzarella throws a ball at Dr. Rosemary, striking him between the eyes. Botzarella. Yes, I would. End log. And then there's a picture at the bottom. And it says, we are friends. And it's a little crayon drawing of like the colorful balls. A weird little green goopy thing with a red and a yellow eye. And what looks like a little SCP researcher dude, Dr. Zacharias. And then underneath it says, drawing by SCP-6059 and Dr. Zacharias Rosemary, drawn during an enrichment activity, so they drew it together too. It's so cute. Oh, Walk-on Candy Eater, I'm so sorry you woke up to this. I'm so sorry. This is so unhinged, but adorable, but disgusting, funny. Oh my gosh. Let's see. I scorched the bottom of a pot one time. Oof. Ow. Oh. You are truly not alone, Cage. No, you are not alone. What the hell, though? This silliness. It is actually adorable. I love it. Thank you for that recommendation. That one was Dew, I think. That was you, Dew, right? Oh my goodness. You're good. I had a bloody nose before this happened. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, okay. We will do some humming and then another story. It's another short one. So if you have triggers, this is going to be the time before we jump into another story. And I think it will be the last story. I don't think it'll take a full hour, but I'm expecting some triggers and some chatty, and it'll get to be that long. The completely empty burning pot. Oh, ouch. That's off of it. Okay, yeah, let's do some humming. If you have other triggers, let me know. We'll do them. But here comes humming. Have fun. I'm going back to sleep. Okay, well, cotton candy eater. We'll hum for you right now. That'll be good. What? What, Cage? What's wrong? Rely on your memory or turn the clock when cooking over time. Yes. Yes. Most definitely. What did you do now? When did I start boiling the rice? Oh no. We only know when you started boiling the water. No, we don't even know when you started. We know when you stopped boiling the water because you discovered that most of it was gone. I'm sorry. That sucks. Okay.
There's our humming. And there's been no other redeems. So I suppose we'll just forge right ahead. Next story. Looks like this one's going to be SCP-2362. Gotta adjust this. Gotta change the things. Okay. 2362. There we go. Alright, SCP-2362, item number SCP-2362. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures, public knowledge of SCP-2362 in its current state is to be suppressed by any means necessary. Interception and suppression of astronomical data indicating the current state of SCP-2362, the organic composition of SCP-2362, or the existence of SCP-23621 is conducted by Mobile Task Force Omicron 12, or nickname Planet Killers. MTF Omicron 12 is also tasked with fabricating astronomical data in order to decrease public interest in SCP-2362. In the event that the current state of SCP-2362 becomes apparent to the public through some lapse in Foundation security, MTF Omicron 12 will disseminate fabricated data indicating that SCP-2362 was reduced to its current state during a collision with a Kuiper Belt object of comparable size. Situational Contingency Protocol 2362A. You might be wondering what the heck's going on. I was going to wait till longer, but there's a bunch more. I'm going to read the caption and try to describe the image. It looks like a flashlight or a star or a light. You know, it's a very bright light with two centers here. They're right on top of each other. There's one in the very center of the square, and just right up to the top right is another one about the same size. Big lights. And then way back behind them a little bit, just because they're so small, or just above them if they're not small, or they're not far, they're just teeny, is another two little dots of light so that it looks kind of like stars. And the caption here says, image of SCP-2362 and its satellites taken before launch of Orpheus. So there's something in the sky, something in space. There are astronomical stuffs going on. We're doing with something. Space. In the event gravitational interaction with neighbor objects, should SCP. Oh no, wait. This one. So we were at disseminate fabricated data that it was reduced to current state during a collision with something. Situational contingency 2362A. But now, in the event that the existence of SCP-23621 becomes apparent to the public, MTF Omicron 12 would disseminate fabricated data indicating that SCP-23621 is merely a Kuiper Belt object following an escape orbit resulting from gravitational interaction with neighboring objects. Situational Contingency Protocol 2362B. Should SCP-23621 reach a great enough distance to render it undetectable by civilian and government equipment, MTF Omicron 12 will disseminate partially accurate data indicating the current state of SCP-2362 along with fabricated data indicating that SCP-2362 was reduced to its current state during a collision with a Kuiper Belt object of comparable size. Situational Contingency Protocol 2362C. Any civilian or government probes sent to investigate SCP-2362 or SCP-23621 must be intercepted. Researchers interpreting data from the Foundation Lunar Radio Observatory are to notify O5 Command of any changes
in trajectory of SCP-23621 immediately. I feel like it's a bunch of word salad. I've been saying it kind of funny, half in my brain, half not. But yeah, something great's going on. They got to figure out how to cover it all up. But here is description. SCP-2362 is the designation of Pluto, an interior Kuiper Belt object following the discovery of its organic composition by Foundation researchers in 1983. So I'm hoping, my fingers are crossed, that this is all an explanation of why they demoted Pluto when the sweet little planet didn't deserve it. Keep him in the family. I don't care that he's tiny. I don't care. Okay. Anyway. Inferior Kuiper Belt object. SCP-2362 is currently a trans-Neptunian debris field orbiting the Sun with an aphelion, with a footnote here, aphelion, point in orbit at which object is furthest from the Sun, of 48.9 AU, a perihelion, footnote here, I'm guessing the, oh come on, let me hover, perihelion, point in orbit at which object is closest to the Sun, of 29.7 AU, a mean eccentricity, footnote 3, eccentricity, a deviation of an orbit from circularity of 0.248, and an orbital period, footnote 4, orbital period, amount of time it takes an object to complete one orbit, of 248 years. Yes, so this is all info about Pluto. Yeah. I mean, I get it. Oh, it's not really a planet, but like, just keep them in. It's also like, they named the god of death after that at one point. I feel like it's not somebody to demote. But okay. SCP-2362 was reduced to this state during the emergence of SCP-23621 from its southern pole. See Event Log 2362A. So something emerged from Pluto, and that is 23621. So I guess Pluto gave birth to its own moon, maybe? I don't know what's happening. Okay. SCP-23621 is an object approximately 900 kilometers in length, consisting of a bell-shaped mass with 13 trailing appendages and generally resembling a jellyfish of the genus Pelagia. It radiates blue light and has no discernible surface features. SCP-23621 is able to propel itself by expanding and contracting its appendages. What the hell? The mechanism of this propulsion is poorly understood, but it may have some similarity to conventional ion propulsion given the stream of charged particles detected in the object's wake. Upon its emergence, the natural satellites of SCP-2362 were torn apart by tidal forces and now form part of the debris field. SCP-23621 is currently following an escape trajectory as it heads towards the vicinity of Barnard Star at a speed exceeding 30,000 meters per second. Yeah. As it is estimated to leave the solar system at some point within the year 20 redacted. So some point in this century. We don't know. They won't tell us when. Ugh, fine. The object is not considered a threat to life on Earth at this point in time. While SCP-2362 is visible from Earth through high-powered telescopes, the debris field is dense enough that a difference from its appearance previous to Event 2362A is only perceptible with the telescopes of some observatories and artificial satellites. MTF Omicron 12 has infiltrated said observatories and satellites, preventing them from obtaining new images of SCP-2362, including images of SCP-2362 fragments that have left the vicinity of the debris field, or any images of SCP-23621. Foundation Probe 76EU, Eurydice, is currently en route to SCP-23621, which is very cute, very poignant to Pluto. But I'm seeing that we have an ad that's going to start, so I'm going to run I'm going to run a 30-second ad, and then we'll pick up with this event log 2362A, which would be the birth of Eurydice, I guess. So I'm going to run this ad. I'm so sorry, but here it comes. Rush bloop. Since we're talking about the space, did anybody hear about how Earth is dealing with a second moon for a little bit? Did anybody hear about that? It's an itty bitty moon that's just going to be here for a little. It's a little thing that's going to hang out for a bit and then be gone. Its path isn't going to stick around for too long. Anybody hear about that? I think that's cool. And we're back. We're back, and we're gonna jump in on event log. Okay. So, event log 23262A. Bam. 0505-2006. May 5th, 2006. Radar data from Foundation probe 45OR, Orpheus, currently in orbit of SCP-2362, indicates that the central mass of the object is rapidly shifting towards its southern pole. While SCP-2362 is already suspected to be of biological origin, given its exclusively organic composition, wait, what? Pluto is alive? A hypothesis that SCP-2362 is a living organism is put forward by the Orpheus research team stationed at Site Redacted. A little while later, 05/21/2006, May 21. Orpheus data indicates the surface of SCP-2362 is beginning to disintegrate. Large fissures open across the object as material begins to slough off and form a cloud around it. 06/10/2006, June 10th, a gigantic fissure begins to open across the object's southern pole. Fissure measures approximately 50 kilometers in length and 10 kilometers in width. The next day, 06/11/2006, fissure measures approximately 230 kilometers in length and 50 kilometers in width. It's growing. The next day, fissure measures approximately 950 kilometers in length and 370 kilometers in width. Orbits of satellites are noticeably deteriorating. 06/23/2006, 13 masses begin to protrude from southern fissure, each 50 kilometers across. 7 of the masses appear to be pushing against one side of the fissure, with 6 pushing against the other side. 06/27/2006, fissure widens to fully encompass SCP-2362 as the 13 masses further protrude from it. The object splits into 2 halves, revealing that SCP-2362 is a hollow shell around its central mass. Central mass is designated as SCP-2362-1. Pluto was just an egg? Was just an egg? Okay. 07/04/2006, July 4th. SCP-2362-1 departs from vicinity of SCP-2362. As SCP-2362-1 contracts and expands its appendages, the object somehow achieves a constant acceleration of approximately 10 meters per second squared. Or is that a footnote? Yeah, squared. As SCP-2362-1 leaves SCP-2362 behind, its tidal forces tear it and its satellites apart, forming a large debris field. SCP-2362-1 ceases acceleration after approximately 50 minutes, bringing its speed to over 30,000 meters per second. Addendum. Addendum 1. Following infiltration by MTF Omicron 12, the International Astronomical Union revoked the status of Pluto as a planet on 08/24/2006. So that's why. August 24, 2006, they revoked Pluto's planet status because it was an egg. Oh no! While creating controversy and greatly increasing the exposure of SCP-2362 in the short term, it is deemed necessary for discouraging public interest in it in the long term. SCP-2362 will remain known to scientists and astronomy enthusiasts, but common knowledge of SCP-2362 will likely subside within 1 to 2 generations, as it is no longer included in textbook lists of planet and receives less attention from educational programming. Addendum 2. While the NASA probe New Horizons is intended to provide the public with the first detailed images of SCP-2362, MTF Omicron 12 has successfully intercepted the mission and is releasing false data accordingly. Fortunately, as with most NASA missions, public interest is sufficiently low, so it is considered to be of little risk. Well, that's just rude. And then there's a photo here of Pluto. It looks like very yellowy. Fabricated image of SCP-2362 received by NASA from intercepted flyby mission New Horizons. So they faked it and sent it to NASA to cover up the realities. Addendum 3. The last of this article. Recently gathered spectrographic data suggests that trans-Neptunian objects Haumea, Eris, and Makemake are of similar organic composition to SCP-2362. Oh no! Foundation probes 87Ka Kaulu, 88Al Algos, and 89Ta Tangata are currently en route to these objects respectively. Foundation astronomers are now conducting mass spectral analysis of Kuiper belt and scattered disk objects. Kuiper belt. Anyway. So, oh no, there's only more space jellyfish eggs. Gotta go cover that up. Calm the public. But what an insinuation. They only got rid of my sweet Pluto because it was an egg? An egg? Also, how is it still there? Is it not just in half? If they tried to put it back together? What are we going to do about that? I'm concerned. So with that, that is the last of SCP-2362. If I can find a reasonable short one quickly, I'll read it. But if I cannot, I think we might wrap up early. Because I'm getting quite hungry. Let's see how long this one is. No, this one's a good length. This one's good. Okay. SCP-8380. Alright. Here we go. Jump right in. Because there has been no trigger requests. Okay. There we go. 8380. Alright. Hold on. Okay. SCP-8320. Item number SCP-8380. I just said that wrong. 8380, not 20. Object class Keter, level 2. And this is a similar kind of organization that we had seen a little bit before, where we have site responsible and director and da-da-da. Other stuff going on. Hold on, I got cough. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Aw, thank you, Andy. That's what I hope for. That's what I hope. Yeah. Okay. So this one, site responsible is not applicable.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Director, Senior Researcher Juliana Cousteau. Research Head, Researcher Mariana Rain. Assigned Task Force MTF Omega 9, or in quotes here, Land Down Under. Then we have at the top a photo of what looks like a kind of old style in-ground pool, indoor pool. And it's got a big splash on the end closer to us as the camera, and a bit of splashing on the camera lens. This photo, and it's all black and white. Alright, special containment procedures. SCP-8380 events are to be monitored through an established surveillance network. Any person whose last whereabouts may include swimming pools, spas, or reservoirs should be investigated immediately by Mobile Task Force Omega 9. And then Land Down Under in quotes. So, when they say any person whose last whereabouts include that, I'm kind of like, excuse me, anyone who just got out of water? What? Okay. Description. SCP-8380 is a phenomenon relating to man-made bodies of water. SCP-8380 events always end with the disappearance of a single person. SCP-8380 events occur without any prior indication. Whenever an individual is targeted by SCP-8380, they will become unable to surface the affected body of water. Other individuals are able to move freely, but any attempts to free the victim will inevitably fail, with the most common result including the water itself forcibly pushing people away. Following the victim being fully submerged, they will gradually become incorporeal and transparent before completely disappearing. Listed below is an abridged log of SCP-8380 events. Instance 8380.17. Date 06/11/1995, so June 11th, 1995, or November 6th, 1995. Based on a later date I see, it looks like it'll be June 11th, 1995. Victim Annalise Marie Johnson. Description. A confirmed instance of SCP-8380 occurred at a public pool with numerous witnesses present. An adult female, later identified as Annalise Marie Johnson, was struggling against an unseen force. Witnesses reported that while she was sinking, the water was only 1.5 feet deep, being in the reef. And then there's a footnote 1, an area of pool designed for young children. More specifically, they report seeing her shape slowly sinking into the floor while her body became intangible. Remains were uncovered several days later. Inside the pool or where? Next one, instance 8380.73. Date 07/30/2001, so July 30th, 2001. Victim Alexander Sterling III. Description. Recovered from phone footage posted online, Alexander Sterling III was a devoted Catholic who eventually decided to undergo a baptism at his local church. When he first stepped into the pool, SCP-8380 manifested and dragged him underwater. The priest attending the event was shocked and accidentally let go of him, leading to Sterling vanishing from view. Upon drainage of the pool, several fragments of hair and teeth were found. Footnote 2. None of these fragments are genetically related to Sterling, but instead 17 other missing persons. The hell? Next, instance 8380.125. Date 08/06/2022. August 6, 2022. Victim Jenny H. Lee. Description see below. The footage below was taken directly from Redacted's Public Center's indoor pool. This event was originally filed as a missing persons report. However, when Lee's friends confessed that they entered the premises following the relevant footage was uncovered. Begin log. At 0, CCTV footage begins depicting the pool area. A nearby window is pulled open. At 11 seconds in, a group of teenagers, identified as Jenny Lee, Ryan Pillsbury, and several others, are seen entering. They appear to talk to each other as they make their way to the edge of the pool. 25 seconds, the group dives into the pool, playing and splashing with each other. Lee stares into the water before hesitantly deciding to join them. 37 seconds, a shift in Lee's demeanor is noticed. Her strokes become erratic, her expression distressed. They initially joke, but after seeing her have difficulty breathing, Pillsbury attempts to save her. Footage shows that the water clinging to Lee morphs into hands and physically grabs onto her hair, yanking her head beneath the surface. 49 seconds, the group appears to panic as they witness her movements. Pillsbury attempts to reach her but fails. She tries to move her hand above the water by grabbing onto the side of the pool, but the surface sticks around her and force her back under. I'm guessing they mean Lee tries to move her hand above the water but can't. At 1:08, Lee continues to sink in her panic, with her movements growing weaker against the unseen force. Pillsbury continues to try to pull her out but fails. He grabs her hand, but the water forcibly shoves him away. 1:23. The water around Lee begins to ripple unnaturally. Her friends stare, but with one of them nearly vomiting. Lee's yelling is heavily muted by the water, but a distorted howl is audible. 1:35. The water surges violently, with Lee being dragged beneath the surface, her shape slowly vanishing. Pillsbury dives under but quickly resurfaces. He appears distraught as the water shoves him onto the side of the pool. 1:43. Lee manages to pull herself up from the water on the side of the pool, but her entire body is covered in a thick layer of water. She attempts to beg for help, although her voice is garbled and muffled due to the water. Shortly after she is dragged below the surface, her outline dissipating completely. 1:48. The remaining teenagers, visibly shaken, scramble out of the pool area after arguing for several minutes. 1:58. Lee's crying is no longer audible. 2:14. Silence on recording. 3:19. Another minute later, a single rib surfaces. And that's the end of it, but it looks like... I thought there was more to it when I first started scrolling. But no, that's it. Spooky, 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 spooky. Okay. What else? Okay. How long is this one? Come on, next story. Are you gonna be useful? There you are. Open up. And this looks like it's different formatting, so I'm gonna guess quite long. Oh no! Not immediately very long, but weird formatting. Is this all in Braille? Oh my gosh, this is all in Braille. Now turn the page over. How would I do that? How do I do that? This is all in Braille. Oh, now it's getting... How do I... Some of it got changed. Not all of it. How? I just click on it. Aha! That's cool. That's so cool. It looked like it was in Braille because each lettering was... There was like the block of 6, and you could see where some of them were darker versus lighter, so it looks like it was, yeah, Braille. That is cool. Touch the page to read its contents is what it says at the top, but I didn't see that before, so you click on it. I don't know how to flip pages, but okay. It looks short, but because it says now flip the page over, and I don't know how to do that. Oh no, I figured it out. Okay. Page turned over and flipped back. It's just a bit long, but it looks very cool, so I'm excited to get to it next time. So I'm going to say that one's a little bit too long. I think I'm going to wrap up now then. I know it's early, but I'm hungry, and that last story looks too long to read right now. If it was just the one length, it would be enough, but then it's twice. I could try, but I don't want to risk it. I don't want to mess with stuff. So instead, if there's any redeems you'd like to do, we can do them. That's one way to trick me to stay a little bit, or we can chat. But I'm going to ask if Fett is still here. Can you recommend someone to raid? That would be the goal. We'll be back tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow doing creepypastas again. It's not normally how I've been doing it this month, but it is what I will do because I had missed an earlier time. And I try to do more than less. So, yes, we will do tomorrow creepypastas, and then back Sunday probably. Can we recognize creepypasta too? Recognize? Recommend? Oh! Well, you could, yeah. I haven't had that happen yet. It's just not a thing that's happened yet. If you had one, sure. There's one that I have at the ready. It looked like I wanted to read it, but it's going to be long. So that's what I'm going to start with tomorrow. But if you have a recommendation, like any of the stories, it doesn't have to be SCP to recommend a story in the Discord to do. Oh, you're okay. It's just that one was so typoed that I couldn't put together what it should be. I had a guess that it was a recommend based on context, but I was like, huh? Yeah, so any kind of story you could recommend in there. I just ask for trigger warnings wherever, whenever applicable. And, you know, if it's something that would go against terms of service, if I read it, then I would prefer not, or at least give me a warning so I can kind of skip over that. But yeah. Ooh, okay. Go ahead and recommend those. I don't know if we're going to get to all of them, of course. Not in Spooktober, but we could try. Okay, with that said, yeah, we're going to probably raid out. Cage, do you hear me? Mods, do you hear me? We are going to go. Since there's been no recommendation just yet, I think I'm going to go off on my own. I know, unheard of entirely. But did you want to build a snowman? No. I want to hear recommendations. Let's see. No. Actually, I haven't listened. I can't say about true words. What would you read? That's a heck of a title. You haven't listened to it, but you want to recommend it? Did you read it? I mean, it'd work just the same as getting a random thing that popped up, but that I kind of I want to know what's going on. Why you want to recommend it? when I read something that somebody recommends. I like to be able, if I'm confused or if I'm concerned that it's going to go bad. But with creepypasta, I just hit random stories, so it's not exactly like it couldn't pop up naturally, so I don't know. But, yeah. Where are we going? Where are we gonna go? Okay. Well, yeah, we could read that. I'm trying to decide what I would like to jump over to. I think I got. If you have one, I'm seeing Mini Bun, but I feel like Mini Bun might be leaving. Uptime is pretty long, I think. Oh no, no, it's very short. I can't tell. Huh? Is that seconds or minutes? It's gotta be minutes. So then that's hours. Yeah. We'll go see Mini Bun, I think. No, what are you gonna recommend? Because I'm nervous she's gonna want to end. Been up too long. What are your recommendations? Oh, Andy, it's too late now for that. I refund. Boom. You've been refunded. Oh my gosh. I feel lost. I don't know who to read. Okay. I'm just gonna go for it. You okay? Yes, Vet. We were just looking at that. Well, Cage has suggested one. Do you think it's a good idea to do Heal Kaya? Boop, 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 boop. Heal Kaya does not sound bad, but I can't see when I search by name how long they've been up. I think we will jump on Heal Kaya and then save Iris ASMR for another go. Ooh. Then maybe Iris. Fine. Okay, Iris. No, not. Okay. Oh, wow. Big. Iris is going on 5 hours. Then Heal. I don't know. How long do they go? I don't know anything. I'm scared. I'm clicking Heal Kaya. We're going over here. Alright. We're gonna raid over to Heal Kaya. Let's drop some raid messages and get those copied up. This is the end of stream. Here we go. Copy your raid messages, Cozy Frogs. Either version. We're gonna go bop in. Oh my goodness. No, that's not what I was copy pasting. What the hell is happening? I don't like what's going on. Oh my gosh, why did it do it again? What the heck is happening? What the heck is happening? I don't like this. Everything's moving around and I feel like a dum-dum. Why are you not copying correctly? I did it correct. Thank you. Ugh. Raven doesn't know what she's doing so many of the times. She just got raided. Double raid time? It is, because I've already hit the button. We are doing it. Too bad, so sad. We're going for it. Dang it. Okay,
So we're gonna raid out, and I'm gonna say thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for those gift subs. Very nice, anonymous gifter who did that. We're gonna say hi to Hilkiah, and maybe she will wrap up her stream, but we're gonna do the second raid here, and it'll be fine. And we're gonna have a good night. Everybody eat well. Take care of yourselves. My brain's going 5 different directions. I'll be back tomorrow, even though it's not normal. More Spooktober fun. Thank you everybody for watching. Let's go. Good night. Eat well. Let's go. Raid.